press the go live button, and I guess we'll go from there. Shout out John the Maven, probably won't be able to make it, but good luck, have fun. Please stream any scans you show for the VOD if possible. Well, that's assuming that Sage is gonna join. So, until that happens, we'll just have to wait and see. But
I feel like you will. We'll find out.
For now, I guess we could do the comments first, I guess.
Well, actually, I was going to say this is funny.
Okay,
so,
go for it.
I mean, we never finished Orochimaru.
It would take too. It would take too long.
Added more.
Exactly, it would take it would take longer than the actual Sage debate itself is going to take. That's the problem.
But I'm excited for it.
I mean, if you wanted to go over some of it, we could, but I feel like we probably should save it.
I get it. So there's some that are related but not related.
Yeah.
So like things that don't have to be continuing it, but they could be, but like because they don't have to.
Uh-huh.
Okay, here's one. Okay, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be related. I don't know. I don't know what you'll allow me to do.
Well, I'll allow you to do a lot of things. We could just do intro topics or intro pictures.
We can do some of those.
Cam Cam! Hello, Cam Cam.
What are y'all doing?
Pretty good.
Oh, you said, how are you doing? Not what are you doing?
Yeah, Sage is also ready. He's not here yet, but he's ready, he said. I guess I'll give an update on Naruto Pho, that real-life Naruto ramen restaurant that I went to this week. It's cool. Yeah, F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. It is for anywhere and any time at all.
Pho is
Down
not
in the
Japanese.
deep blue
I think it's
sea.
like Thai. Let me Google it.
Oh, I forget
what
what
Naruto place is this?
I forget what the F and N are, but I remember Plankton version is U is for uranium bomb, and that's what Cam Cam deserves after that one.
U is for uranium bomb.
Oh my god, SpongeBob. Gross.
Wow. Well, if you didn't understand for the first paragraph,
what did you eat for breakfast this morning?
Your tears. That's what I ate.
Cam.
That
would be what you drank, not what you ate. Silly you. You would not eat liquid.
Your tears crystallized like Aaron did. I'm sorry, so I ate them.
Well, when did Aaron's tears crystallize? I know you meant Aaron, but it's not
he like crystallizes and then he breaks out of it. It's like that's what happened to his
So
yeah, that kid.
So we're not going to be able to finish it today, but we can at least present all of the ridiculous arguments today, so we can do the serious arguments Monday, if you're good with that.
Well, I mean, we might technically be able to finish it, and I always don't know.
We say that every time. So Cam,
well,
you can judge.
We might be able to do it.
So Cam, you can
like
judge.
A place to put scans, or is it just chat? Or
what do you put in chat?
I think the Sage debate is the perfect spot.
Well, but first of all,
oh, nice. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, cool. So I guess first things first, Sage, is I have a set of rules for you to agree to. It's actually you'll recognize the rules, so it's completely fine. I just figured I would just send this to you just because I thought it'd be funny. Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Rules?
Yeah. There's some rules. I just thought it'd be funny just because I watched I watched the J debate and the one you did before that. Who did you debate before that? I completely forgot.
D Buns.
D who? I don't remember. Was that on YouTube?
D Buns. Otherwise.
Oh, D. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, I put it in the general chat. So if you just agree to all the rules, then we can then I could just. So because I
yes.
wanted to present your rules to you because I thought that'd be the funniest way to go about it, and then I have my own set of
got
rules
it.
afterwards. Okay, so you do
Yeah,
agree?
we can do that.
Okay. So since you agree
Yeah,
to that,
I do agree to my rules. Yes.
okay. So I'll also get my rules now. So actually, so Sage, if you will share your screen really quick.
Okay.
Yeah, and then okay, well that didn't work. If you oh, there we go. Okay, now
I fixed it.
Okay, now if you scroll down in the server list to Sage Debate at the very, very bottom. Oh my God, it's grayed out. You have been looking in here.
I literally just once you told me that's where you post scans, I opened it up and I was like, oh my God.
Oh, that's
there's a lot
funny.
of stuff.
Yeah, no,
I
we got a lot
imagine
of stuff there.
this is where
Yeah, okay, so one at a time. I was hoping that you could really let us know if you agree to all these. Feel free to zoom in, by the way.
Okay. If you agree, let me see. If you agree to debate Mr. Walky Talky or Mr. Walky or Mr. Talky, and instead were to then go and debate someone else before debating the information motives, despite agreeing to debate, therefore mention other opponents such as, I don't know, hypothetically Jay the Great, then you concede. Yeah, I don't agree to that rule.
So you don't? Okay, you don't agree to that. Okay, well maybe number two.
Yeah.
We'll come back to number one.
If you're a nerd, you lose both the physical battle and narrative battle. I am a self-described nerd, so I can't agree to that either.
Ooh, okay. Well, maybe we'll come back to it.
If your name is Satan's Thick Cabs, you agree you're worse than Mr. Walkie Talkie at debating. But if your name is Nerdy Buttface, then it's perfectly fine.
What is your name?
My name is neither of those technically, but so because my name is not.
But what is your debater name?
Yeah, how should we refer to you as
during the debate?
Well, there are a few different things. I mean, Mr. Sage, Mr. Cabs, those are fine. I prefer something like Daddy, but that, it gets a little weird. So I'm going to have to forego this one as well. But I'm sure we'll find one I can agree on. If your dog barks, it's saying that you concede the point, and you must listen to them because they are the goodest boys. Well, I don't have a dog. So I guess I could agree to that.
Well, hold on. Allow me to just amend the rules really quick. I'm gonna reply real quick. I don't know what number, whatever.
4.
All right.
I guess scrolling down to whatever.
5, you must debate at least 3 octaves higher than your normal tone of pitch at all times. I don't know if I'm be able to maintain that. My let's just assume that this is 3 octaves higher than my normal tone.
Well, now real quick, we have to hear, what is your normal tone?
It's usually further down here, I'm usually a little bit more of a chill guy.
Okay, yeah, a little bit more down here. Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah, a little bit more down here.
Sure.
Yeah, it's like have you ever seen Under the Red Hood, the Jensen Ackles voice? Yeah, that's my normal voice. That right there. I'm not asking you to kill Harvey or Penguin. I'm talking about him. That's my normal voice. Yeah. So, but no, I can't agree with that. Unfortunately, no running by the pool. That's a good rule. We should all abide by this. Actually.
Okay, so we are agreeing to that rule. Okay.
Yeah. So number 6, we can agree to.
Okay.
If you disagree with any or all of these rules, you agree Hashirama is weak. I don't know if I can agree to that rule either.
Well, Sage. If you don't disagree with that rule, can you read what that rule says?
Well, yeah, I can still read it for sure.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Oh, so you agree Hashirama is weak because you disagreed with the rule?
Well, no. So if I don't agree to this rule, then I don't have to agree to any of the rules. Well,
it says any or all of these rules. Number 7 would be included in that.
Right. But if I don't agree to this rule, then I don't agree to the rule that disagreeing with any of the rules means Hashirama's weak.
Well, but Sage.
It's like rule inception.
Okay, continue.
All right. If you'd agree with point 7 specifically, means you do actually agree with it. I can't agree to this either. This is actually hilarious, though. Number 9, you must spin at least 3 times after making any argument that is longer than 150 characters. Well, I won't be typing.
You're going to have to keep track.
So
there will be a transcription of this. We will count.
But that wouldn't be me putting the characters in there, right? So is it just 150 characters regardless of who puts them in? Because then that would mean that you could just lengthen my arguments.
Well, no, it's your argument. So, like, use voice to speech or voice to text or whatever.
Yeah,
I always say voice to speech.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to disagree with that one as well. Ridiculous rules are allowed. I think that's fair because it just depends on what people think are considered ridiculous.
Well,
a lot of people consider my rules to be ridiculous.
So, would you consider the first 9 rules to be ridiculous?
No. All of them but 6, I think, could be perceived as ridiculous. But I mean, I think 6 could also be perceived as ridiculous.
Yeah, if you're a little kid, I suppose, yeah.
Valid points are only valid if they're made by Mr. Walky or Mr. Talky, because they are right. I don't know if I can agree to this. Well, technically, I can agree that all of your arguments are valid. I just don't have to agree that they're sound.
Oh. Well, we don't come from the sound village, but we do come from the valid village.
I would say they're more leaf.
A valid argument would just be one in which, if the premises are true, then they would lead to the conclusion. Whereas a sound argument is the premises are true or likely to be true, and therefore lead to the conclusion.
So what you're saying is you agree.
I can agree that all of your arguments are valid, but what that would mean is I can't call you out for formal fallacies. I would have to call you out for informal fallacies.
Okay, well, since Sage agrees to number 11, that means no argument he can make will be valid. So I'm glad that you agree to that.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as much as I want to agree, I don't think I can. The word proof is banned. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
I usually say evidence anyways.
Okay, cool.
Well, I said the easiest way around that is just ask people to prove with a V.
Yes, exactly. Scans and the manga/source material are for losers. I mean, I can agree to this. We're all losers if we use the source material or the manga. Yeah, we can agree to that.
Okay, cool.
What a bunch of lamos.
And then have fun. I don't know if I can agree with number 14. I don't know if I can do it. No, I'm fine with that.
Well, I'm definitely having
6,
fun.
6,
what about the bottom rule that's been added? Way at the bottom.
Oh, you added another one.
Well, yeah, because it was really important.
Which one did you modify 4? Is that what it was?
No, because I wrote that, so he had to do his own. It's just the one at the very bottom. Right. It's a new thing that he wrote at the very bottom. Yeah. No, go all the way down. All the way down. Yeah, that. Instead of clicking on it,
whatever. If your cat meows, you concede because it's saying that you're wrong, and it's the goodest of kitties. Well, my cats don't meow. My cats make more
what
like
do they do?
Rumbling noise. Yeah. I have a lion, a tiger, and a panther. They don't technically meow. So
you don't have any cheetahs?
Chirp. No cheetahs, unfortunately.
Well, Sage, I do have to ask, because the only reason I wrote rule number 4, the dog one, is because in the J debate, there was indeed a dog barking in your background. So now I have to wonder.
Yeah. I was dog sitting for my lady's brother.
Well, good to hear that Thunder God wasn't in your background.
Oh, he's a good boy. That's Puck. He's a good boy.
Okay. So if your brother's dog,
well, technically he's not my brother either because we're not married yet. So he would just be future brother-in-law.
If that guy is dog.
It's a Jupiter's dog.
Well, with that being
if
said,
anyone's dog barks, it's saying that Sage can see. So if my dog barks,
I can agree to 14. I can agree to 13. I can agree to 12, although I think that'll be tricky. What does it mean by banned? Like, if I say it, it's a concession?
Well, if you say it, it's
or
banned.
Just like you're not supposed to say it.
Well, not that you're supposed to say it, that it's banned.
Oh, okay. So I'm not allowed to say it, but if I say it, what are the repercussions?
Well, it's not that you're not allowed to say it, it's that it's banned.
Oh, so the word proof means banned. Okay, got you.
And vice versa. It's actually interchangeable.
I feel like this one's going to be tricky to navigate. I can't lie.
Can you provide band for that?
So Somebody drops $1,000. So I would say 14, 13, and 6. I totally agree with. The other ones are just, they're close. I had to really debate with myself on all of them. They all seem mostly fair, but there's just like something about all of them's bad vibe.
Well, 0.7 and 8, I definitely think it's
Yeah, go with your gut.
interesting that you disagree with
Thank
them.
you. I appreciate that.
But
All right. Is there
suppose-
anything else I have to share?
well,
Or am I?
no, you're good.
Okay.
Now that all the technicalities are out of the way, we can move on to the first argument, and I'll start it. So, just
Okay.
getting the formalities out of the way, Sage, I wanted to see if you could counter the first piece of evidence that I've ever presented to you about this topic. So,
Okay.
Sage, here's my argument. Do you have any valid counters to this?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I think it's a solid argument.
Mhm.
I think that it's very thoughtful. I would go as far as to say that you did a good job with that.
Thank you.
But I would say counterpoint. This would be my evidence to counter the disregard of that scan. So yeah.
Oh, are you posting something?
Yeah, I
Did
posted it
post
in the Sage debate thing.
I hope it's what I'm guessing it'll be. Oh, never mind.
Okay, bro. Okay, that's pretty good. I'll give you that. See, where I thought you were going to go with that is that your skull react emoji was going to be your counter, but...
Oh, got you. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's a 500 IQ play. I'm
So,
sitting at like 450.
I thought you were just gonna just type a message saying, "Fuck that image."
No. No C's.
exactly, yeah. So I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah.
okay, for a series... Okay, so, Sage, part of the problem with using dearu to mean is, in this case, in the present tense, that's not really how it's used in Japanese, because it just translates literally to, like, it exists, and, like, it's at the incident, so it's, like, weird and all that regard. So I understand why you're using it to say he's currently the strongest shinobi, but reading it for the Japanese audience, I don't think they would be comfortable saying that's definitely what it says as like a serious argument.
So, obviously you speak it. So this is just G show. So I would trust you over G show. But do you not think that like this would be like a valid translation of that?
So is one of the translations that you can do for dearu, but dearu is one of those
Gotcha.
words that has like 1,000 meanings.
Based on the
Got you.
context.
Yeah. And so it's
So-
less of the word is or be. I mean, those already are two completely different words, which sort of goes in line with what I'm saying anyways. But I wouldn't
Well,
say
it sort of depends on like,
necessitates.
I guess, how you're using it, because like if you say be, like a state of being, that would be synonymous with is in a particular sense.
It could depend,
Yeah.
because like go back to the other version of the translation real quick. I just want to see how the rest of the sentence is formed. To
Oh
use
yeah,
this
so
as an
this is
example.
the breakdown of that part.
So I'm gonna go look at the scan real quick at the same time. I'm gonna see word for word
Sure.
what it says in your English.
Oh yeah, I can.
This
You
is
have it, right?
one.
Oh, you're looking at
Okay,
that
it's
one.
not
Gotcha.
because. All right, so this isn't exactly what it says, but just as an example, if it had said, like, let's just say it was gassing up his regeneration, and it said, this is what allowed Hashirama to be the strongest shinobi, could easily be referencing to when he was it, as opposed to of all time. So
Yeah.
be can be used in a different context that is, even though it's a state of being, one
For sure, but
isn't
don't you
necessarily
think,
saying
though,
what that time period is.
wouldn't you think though that the part that comes before that, the part that's I guess the formal copula, that's with the normalizer, it's the fact that. Don't you think that like that would mean more so, lean more so in the is direction? Because like if you take that and you say like you plug that into the translation with like what you're saying, where it's like one of the things that allowed him to be the strongest or allows him to be the strongest or something. I would still say that's in present tense, but that would be different. That would be different than the fact, or one piece of corroborating evidence for the fact that he is the strongest shinobi. But I think the only way you shift that into past tense, right, is you change like the allow or to like allowed, as opposed to the because like the translation came out to it is also a that peerless trait is one piece of evidence that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi. So if you change that to be, it would be like that peerless trait is one piece of evidence, I guess, for Hashirama being the strongest shinobi. But then you have to factor in the fact that part. So then you would say that peerless trait is one piece of evidence for the fact that Hashirama is to be the strongest shinobi. You know what I mean? So like the way that
that's just a weird sentence at that point.
Yeah,
you have to restructure the whole
exactly.
sentence.
So that's why I'm saying, like, I think that piece is super important. And I didn't have to bring this up with Jay, obviously, because he just doesn't think that translations that aren't his are valid.
No, that was kind of crazy watching that part.
It was terrible, dude. And I even showed him in his translation where like the kanji for absorb or take in isn't present, and he still was like, nah, appeal to authority. But yeah, I would argue that because this possesses the part that says the fact that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, like if that's not a legitimate translation of that, but I think that would point more to an is as opposed to be, and I think that's probably why it was translated that way.
Well, not to be the party pooper here, but koto, which is the nominalizer here, the fact that that's technically just another one of those words like dearu that could have like 1,000 different meanings, and it's usually translated to the word this, or like, yeah, basically.
Got you. So then do you think the context surrounding it would make it more likely? Because, well, I mean, if you look at like the way it's structured, right, it says, as for this peerless trait, and then, well, let me just fucking go to the actual scan. It says that peerless trait is one piece of evidence that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi. So what did you say it could be?
This, rather than the fact that, which you've never even said.
Got you. Yeah. So I didn't include that in there because as you can see on the side of like the strongest shinobi part, there wasn't enough space and I was being kind of lazy. So I was like, I really don't want to reformat this entire text and like make it smaller to fit that in there. But so for it to be this, as opposed to the fact that, it would have to read that peerless trait is one piece of evidence that Hashirama, the strongest shinobi, right? Or yeah, that Hashirama, this be the strongest shinobi.
It's also weird that just in general, you have ga marked as the subject particle, but you have no marked as the word of when that's another particle.
Yeah, I mean, this is GBT5. So, I mean, if there's anything wrong with this translation, because I know like GBT 4.1 or the GBT 4.0 rather, there have been a few different studies on it that I actually dug into recently that show that it, in comparison to junior translators, GBT4 outperformed them across most languages. In regards to senior translators, it underperformed, but was relatively comparable, with senior translators getting a 9.5 out of 10 score, which they take into consideration like the actual translating and then like maintaining of tone and things like that. And then GBT4 got a 9.7 or 9.6, or 8, I'm sorry, 8.7 or 8.6. So the difference wasn't massive. It was like a 10% difference, and that's accounting for both tone and translation. And most of the studies that I saw that they did for like how accurate it is, outside of languages like Arabic, where they don't have a large enough data set for it to work properly, languages like English, Japanese, Spanish, Portuguese, things like that are they have larger databases for. The GBT4 tends to outperform like even junior translators, but they're not quite on the same level as senior translators. So it could be that some of these things might be off. I'm not gonna like act like it's ever gonna be a perfect translation every time, but I think that we have good reason to believe it's at least, and GBT5 has an updated language database, so it should be more accurate than that, but we should be able to say that it's at least, so long as the kanji that's input is correct, 86% accurate in terms of tone and translation. So if there's something like that, like that's, I guess that wouldn't really affect the translation as a whole, like I'm fine with it. I'm more so concerned with the fact that backing corroboration proof is following strongest shinobi. So if all of that stuff is correct, then, or like at least the most reasonable interpretation of how these words would be used in this context, then I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, part of the problem there is that obviously it doesn't translate one to one. So if you do translate it, it's less of it's more like the meaning in English would be a little bit skewed in comparison. But that's again, I don't need to really care about that for this because we could just use this version of the translation and just assume it's correct and just go from there. Because it's less about it being correct or not, and more about just something a little bit weird.
Like, I mean, even aside from like the debate portion, like in your personal opinion, do you think this actually like captures? Like, do you think like, for example, the part that says is the de Ramu or whatever it was? Do you think that based on the fact that it's following the idea of like the fact that, do you think that would support the idea that this is more so the correct translation than, I guess, with the words that you used earlier, it would be like this peerless trait. This peerless trait is one piece of evidence that Hashirama that be the strongest shinobi. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you're saying. The problem there is, in the same way that German, for example, has a lot of words that don't translate into English. We just don't have the word in English. The same applies to Japanese, but it's beyond that, to where some meanings of some words just don't apply to English. So, like, for example, in this case, what I'm basically getting at is the word is in Japanese can have other meanings than the word is in English. And it can still be the word is.
Yeah, but in this particular context, I think because of like what we brought up with the normalizer part, the fact that, and then, you know, to of, I do think like, at least in the way that we're saying in English, it does make more sense to me that would provide evidence that the is translation would be the most correct. Because it's the only one that actually like makes this sentence work in lieu of like everything that leads up to it. You know what I mean?
I would say localizing it's probably the closest way to get to the true meaning in English, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a perfect one-to-one English version that like has the meaning of this that would even be possible.
Yeah, but I think what you're kind of getting at though would still agree with the idea that this is probably as close as we can get to the truth of what this statement is saying in English.
It's close enough, which is why the specific wording here doesn't really matter. We can just assume it's true for this, is what I was basically getting at.
Got you. Okay, so if we're accepting, I guess, the translation, and then we're accepting the is thing, then like is would be in present tense. Databook 4 covers up to 691. So I guess what would be your aside from like translation stuff, what would be the contention with that applying to like present tense? Because I know I said this in the J debate and he never contended it, but I mean I do have scans for it. We do have a precedent that whenever they use past tense or whenever they make past tense statements, they use past tense language, right? So there's like this one, for example, from Databook 3, that like bottom right thing. It says his skill in manipulating both wood style ninjutsu and tailed beast made Hashirama without peer in the shinobi world. Obviously, made is past tense. So I think that like based on the precedent we have in the data books, if it were a past tense statement, it would be more likely to use past tense language. So I think it makes it more reasonable to interpret a statement with present tense language in present tense. I mean, we can get into like Grice's maxes and stuff like that as well if you would like to, but I don't think it's necessary. I think you would agree that like, since we have statements that specifically describe past tense stuff and use past tense language, it sets a precedent that if this were past tense, then it would be using past tense language.
Out of curiosity, have you had Oodie and whoever else in ChatGPT and all that do a translation for this Hashirama statement that uses the word may to confirm that they did that? Or are you just using this one?
Yeah, I ran that by them a while ago, but I have that here.
Okay.
So what I'll say is that
this is one of the ones I ran by Oodie and Hobbs as well.
Yeah, well, regardless of that, what I'll say against that is establishing precedent for one thing wouldn't establish precedent for the other. So just because there's two possibilities, it's in the present tense or the past tense, just because there's a consistency for the past tense doesn't automatically assume that there would be a precedent for the present tense.
So you agreed to the debate rules that I use. So I assume that you're okay with like arguments using modal realism. So essentially, the idea of modal realism is like all possible worlds are equally valid effectively. So to put it in that context, if you have a statement and you're like, okay, this is 50-50, it could be past tense, it could be present tense, right? And then you establish that we have evidence to suggest that if it were past tense, it would use past tense language. That generates fewer possible worlds in the context of Naruto data books in which present or past tense language would be used in a present tense way, or present tense language would be used in a past tense way. So I think that like it doesn't inherently make it more likely technically, because we'd have to go through each and every data book statement. But since it's at 50-50 right now, it would make it more likely than the alternative with the presently presented evidence, which would make it more plausible. So it would make it more reasonable to assume that it's in a present tense context.
I see what you're saying. That's a very good way of wording that, because you're not saying it's more likely.
Basically, I'm saying it's more reasonable to interpret this as a present tense context. Because, like, you know this, like likelihood claims, you're going to have to establish, like, how many times have these statements been used throughout the data books? Let's go through each and every one of them. But for the sake of, like, if we're at a crossroads where it's like, well, this could be A or this could be B, if we have a precedent for if B, then it comes with a particular kind of evidence, then in the absence of that evidence, it's probably A, or it's more reasonably A.
Let's say we have a data set, because this is basically what you're saying. We have, I don't know, like 10 dots here, however many dots there are. So what you're doing is you're using process of elimination, because what's inside the circle would be the relevant data set. Outside of the circle is the irrelevant, but in total, it's still the total data set for like, total. What you're doing is you're using process of elimination. You're getting rid of the irrelevant data set, some of it, and saying, based on that, we aren't touching the relevant data set, but because there's less irrelevant data set, and because it was 50-50 before, that leads to more credence for it to be the relevant data set, to be more likely.
Well, think of it in like the sense of a preponderance of evidence, right? So if you and I are trying to debate whether, pick a random thing, whether Tobirama, scales to Jubito whenever he places the FTG seal on him, right? And we observe the feat and we say, okay, it's possible, like there's no logical contradiction that he could scale to Jubito, but it's also possible that he doesn't scale to Jubito, and maybe he moved his hand, his hand covers like 2 feet, Jubito covers like 24 feet. Maybe he starts moving his hand the moment that Jubito moves, or maybe he starts moving his hand before Jubito moves. We just don't know. That would make it 50-50. We would have equal likelihood because we have an equal preponderance of evidence for our side. We're both referencing the same exact piece of empirical evidence, right? So we have an equal preponderance of evidence. So then if I were to establish something along the lines of like, oh, well, there's this other character who's slower that Tobirama couldn't react to at a closer range, that would give me a greater preponderance of evidence for my side. So for this particular argument, the additional evidence that I would be providing for my side would come in the form of the epistemology of reasoning, where it's an expected evidence argument. So basically what I'm saying is we have a precedent in the series that when past tense statements are used, they have past tense language. Therefore, in the absence of past tense language, it's less reasonable to assume that it's a past tense statement. So it's the opposite of a preponderance of evidence. It's saying we're at 50-50 now, but if yours were true, we should expect this evidence. Because we don't, because that evidence is not there, it drops the probability of your side.
So the problem with this is you have established a precedent for something that isn't this, and you're using that to affect this, and you're saying because it's 50-50, it should make a difference here. What I'm saying is we just don't know in terms of this regard, and because of that, we can disregard the irrelevant precedent set, because if this were to be true, this in and of itself would be the precedent to fall back on. We just don't know if it is there or not.
Well, I would argue that it wouldn't be irrelevant simply because, again, like if you can point to examples in a series where if X, then Y, right? If it's a past tense statement, it comes with past tense language. Then you can say, okay, well, we have a statement. We're trying to determine whether or not it's past tense language. So then you say, okay, well, we have a precedent. If X, then Y. If past tense, then past tense language. Then you say no past tense language, less likely to be past tense. So it's less about raising the probability of my side it's less about raising my probability than it is about lowering your probability. So because you agreed that past tense statements, we have evidence in the series. You said I established a precedent for this, that there's a precedent that in the series, particularly in the data books, if a past tense statement is made, it comes with past tense language. Therefore, if there is no past tense language, it's less likely to be a past tense statement. So it has nothing to do with raising the probability of my side. It's more about lowering the probability of yours. So since you agreed that we're at 50-50 at that point in time, trying to determine if it's past or present tense, then with the lowering of the probability on your side, that would make mine more probable, more reasonable than yours.
So I disagree based on modal ponus or whatever it's called.
Modus ponens.
Modus ponens.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, hocus pocus.
Yeah.
If A is A, then B is B, but A isn't B.
That's what I think of too.
Yeah.
What did you call it? Modus ponens?
Modus ponens.
Yeah, I like that. But
right here, yeah.
I like the way
modus ponens is just if P then Q. So that's essentially what you do whenever if the premise is true, then the conclusion is likely to follow.
Yeah.
But you agreed that there was a precedent set, so you agree with the premise. You agree,
but I disagree that the precedent is connecting the two ideas. If there's a past tense... It doesn't have to
connect the two ideas.
It does need to connect the two ideas. If there's a past tense thing, they'll consistently do the past tense. Mm-hmm. We don't know if that applies to how they would use present tense.
Right, but so one more time. So if you agree it's 50-50, which you did.
No, I didn't. First of all, but okay.
They have equal probability, right? So if we then establish a precedent using modus ponens, if P then Q, if X then Y, right? Then in the absence of Q or Y, then it's less likely for X or P to be the case.
The problem with that, Sage...
It has nothing to do with raising the probability of mine. It has to do with lowering the probability of yours. So if we're at 50-50, and then this statement, if your statement were true, this statement breaks the precedent that was set, which means that it's a less reasonable assumption for your position to be true, like for it to be past tense. That means that the probability of your position is lowered. That means there's fewer possible worlds in which your position would be true. So according to the modal realism.
The problem with that is inductive versus deductive reasoning. What you're doing is you're setting up a generalization, because statistics aren't the same as probability. Because this is, in fact, the case one way or the other. We just don't know which way it is. So setting up a probability is not affecting the statistic of what it is.
Well, technically, there is a third option, but I agree with you for the sake of this debate that there's basically two options we presented. Yeah.
So
I guess there's a fourth option as well.
Because the problem is that probability doesn't necessarily equate statistics. You can flip a coin 10 times. There's a 50-50 shot of it being head or tails, but that doesn't mean every single time it's going to be 5 out of 10 times you land heads or tails. Could be 7-30 or whatever, 70-30.
Right, but if you have the established precedent of if you flip a coin and let's assume that, flipping a coin is actually 50-50. It's not, but let's assume it is.
Yeah.
You would expect that if you flipped tails 10 times in a row, that heads is coming up.
That's a
even
gambler's
if heads
fallacy.
isn't coming up.
But that's not actually true.
Right. So that's kind of the point. So if you do that, then what it's doing is it's breaking precedent, right? So you would suspect that over time it would correct based on the precedent. So the precedent would be, if we're saying that a coin flip is literally 50-50, the precedent would be, if you flipped it enough times, it would come out to 50-50, right? Whatever enough times is. If you flip it, say 100 times, it would be roughly 50-50, 1,000 times, whatever. The more repetitions you get with it, the closer you're going to get to 50-50, because that would be the true number that's reflected in the statistical and probability value.
That's not necessarily true, because whether you flip it 10 times,
it's more likely to be true.
No, I do disagree with that.
It's actually 50-50. Yeah.
I do disagree with that, because you'd have to approach infinity. Whether you flip it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, that doesn't necessarily equate that it's gonna be closer to 50-50 the more times you flip it.
Yeah, no, it just, but based on it's called statistical flat curving, I believe. It would 100%, the more you flip it, the closer you get to infinity, unless it's not truly 50-50.
But infinity is an unfeasible.
We agree that it is 50-50, right?
Infinity
so the higher
can't exist.
The number gets, the closer you get to that balance.
That's not necessarily true, because it'd be about the percentage amount at that point rather than how many flips it is.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you flip a coin 1,000,000 times, it lands on heads 60% of the times. You'd be looking at the percentage rather than the actual number there. And the percentage isn't going to change.
I would also say, though, if you flip a coin 1,000,000 times and it lands on tails 60% of the time, you probably have enough evidence to suggest that it's going to land on tails more than heads. So if we're agreeing that it's 50-50, and we're saying that any time that you flip a coin, there is, unless there's some kind of trickery or something, right? Anytime you flip a coin, you have an equal probability for it to land on heads or tails. Right?
So I do disagree with the previous thing you said. If you flip a coin 1,000,000 times and it lands on tails 60% of the time, you have whatever to assume it's going to be more tails. And that's not true.
You would have a greater preponderance of evidence to suggest that, yeah.
But you'd be wrong.
Well, how do you know that?
Because statistics and probability are two different things.
Well, statistics and probability are technically two different things, but they're intrinsically tied.
Not directly, which is the problem, because statistics would be after the fact.
Exactly. So statistics are the measurement that you use in order to, like, whenever you observe something over and over and over again, a statistic would be the numerical value assigned to a particular thing. Probability is based on the statistics that you have. So if we already, like, because probability,
that's not true either. Probability is not based on statistics you already have. You can assign probability before you have statistics.
Can you give me an example of that?
I mean, the first person who flipped a coin before he flipped it.
Well, they would have nothing to go on.
They wouldn't have assigned probability.
How would they assign probability to that? Probability is birthed from statistics.
The problem is
more specifically, probability is birthed from the precedent of that statistics establish.
No, that's establishing probability, but probability exists before we discover it.
How do we know that?
What do you mean? How do we know that?
Yeah, how do we know that probability exists before we discover any evidence to support probability?
Okay,
like, how do you think probability is determined?
I will dismiss that as an argument from absurdity under the conclusion that how do we know air existed before we figured it out it existed?
An argument from absurdity, an argument from incredulity is saying this is so unreasonable it can't be the case. I'm not saying that. I just asked you, how do you know that we can establish probability without a statistical precedent to back it up?
And what I was saying is that you weren't saying that. I'm saying your argument is too absurd to exist, based on the fact that things exist before we know them to be.
Wait, so you're saying that you're going to use and hold
argument
on, say that one more time. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly.
I'm saying that your argument is too absurd to exist.
My argument of what?
It's based on the fact that you assume that this thing can't exist until we discover it, based around statistics. And then I would say that's not true, based on everything else that existed before humans saw it.
Well, okay, so
go ahead.
I'll let you go before I give the third party on this, because this has nothing to do with Hashirama right now. So
Exactly.
I'm comfortable having to speak three different people.
So probability is just like a number that establishes how likely something is to occur, right?
And you would look at one instance of that, yes.
How do we establish how likely something is to occur?
Yeah, so statistics would look at the total, whereas probability is looking at a single instance. So probability to flip 10 coins, you can't really do that. You would look at the probability to flip a single coin. What are the odds it lands on heads or tails?
But what is that probability based off of?
Probability, not statistics. Statistics.
Well, that would be circular. But technically, so the probability.
Well, probability is based off of how likely something is. If you want me to give the definition,
right? Based on something else. So, for example,
but it has likelihood before it happens.
Hold on. So, unless you have a loaded die, if you assume that a die is like perfectly made, right, it has 6 sides, the probability of it landing on any of the sides is 1 in 6, because there are 6 sides if we're assuming equal weight distribution and honest roll.
Right.
That probability is based on the statistic of 6.
That's not. What do you mean by the statistic of 6? Maybe I misunderstood your argument.
Right. So a stat would just be a number assigned to a thing, right?
So what I understood your argument to be earlier, using this die example, is that the first person who made the die, probability doesn't exist for their roll yet. There's no way to assume that it'd be a 1 out of 6.
Probability because of the number of sides. So a statistic would just be a number assigned to a thing, right? So whenever you look at like physical stats of NBA players, it's 6'11", right? So that like a statistic is just a number that measures something. Statistics in terms of the the college course is how you measure certain things in order to get certain outcomes, and then probability piggybacks off of that. But probability in and of itself is based on numeric values, which would be statistics. So the reason why you can say a die, if you roll it, has 6 sides, that it's a 1 in 6 chance to land on any of the sides, is because you already have the built-in statistic of 6.
Right. So the first person to roll a die, before they roll the die, it's likely to be a 1 out of 6. After they roll the die, it's still the same probability. Probability still never changes. It doesn't matter based on statistics. Probability doesn't change.
Well, so that actually is not true, because if you have a set probability at the beginning of an experiment, like 1 in 6, you have a die, and then you toss it 1,000,000 times and it lands on 1 500,000 times, then you would have reason to believe that your original probability was incorrect for some reason. There would be either a value judgment, or there would be an aspect, or what's the word I'm looking for? There would be a variable involved that would change the probability. Because probability is
it's not changing the probability, it's changing the perceived probability. Your original probability was just wrong.
Exactly.
Or your new probability is wrong based on likelihood.
But you're basing the original probability off of a statistic, 6 sides, and then you would be basing the new probability off of the newfound evidence, new statistics, right? If you have never rolled a die before, you have no idea what the likelihood is. It looks like all sides are even, right? And then before you ever roll it, you'll be like, yeah, I got a 1 in 6 chance to land on any of these sides. But if you roll 1,000,000 times and 500,000 times it lands on 1, then you now have reason to suspect that there's something causing it to land on 1 more often than the other sides, which would then change the probability based on the statistics. That's the whole point, is that probability is determined by statistics. But I also do think it's important to stress here that we're not talking about probability. We're talking about plausibility.
Yeah. See, but the problem is that people can just get unlucky. So just because there's reason to suspect something doesn't make it necessarily the case. And there's nothing to point to say that it would be more likely to be the case based on that.
Well, then we're talking about necessity versus likelihood or plausibility. So just because something's not necessarily the case doesn't mean it's not likely or plausibly the case. Like something like a good example of this, like inductive reasoning, right? Like deductive reasoning means if P is true, then Q is necessarily true, right? Deductive or inductive reasoning means if P is Q, the premises are true, then Q, the conclusion, is going to be more plausibly true.
The problem with that,
there's a difference between so there would be a difference between exactly right. You have it on the screen. Inductive reasoning using specific observations to form a general conclusion or theory. So general would be more times than not or more reasonable versus based on the information, based on the observations you make, right? Whereas go back to deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning applies a general rule to a specific case to reach a guaranteed conclusion. So that's why it's necessity versus plausibility or probability. Deductive reasoning says if the premises are true, then the conclusion must also be true. Inductive reasoning says if the premises are true, then the conclusion is more likely or more plausibly true. So the argument that I would be making, an expected evidence argument based on the limited data set, would be inductive reasoning.
But we're arguing.
It would be if the conclusion follows the premise, and we apply that standard to this particular piece of evidence, and the conclusion is not true for this piece of evidence, then the premise is less reasonably true.
See, the problem there, you haven't set up your evidence of aptence claim, which we'll get to probably next time. But without that, this holds no weight because this is still going based off of our perceived.
I brought that up earlier.
Wait, what? You haven't said that yet.
I brought that up earlier. Yeah.
You have not used those words yet.
That's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about whenever I said because. So the precedent that you were talking about me establishing, that's the beginning of the evidence of absence claim. I specifically said that because we have this precedent that if past tense statements are made, past tense language is used, we have a precedent for that, right? Then based on that, this is what I talked about with it's not raising my probability, it's lowering yours, or plausibility, I should say. Then if it's at 50-50, and then yours, if it were true, should carry this evidence of past tense language. If you remove the past tense language, then it makes yours less plausible to be true.
The problem
which is why I said that it's not about raising mine, it's about lowering yours.
Yeah, but the probability is based within a bounds that are always changing based on our statistics that we update after the fact. And we don't have that
that's why I said plausibility.
Yeah, so that can't even apply in this circumstance in the first place because we don't know what in fact is the case, let alone the fact that our perceived possibility still wouldn't be the possibility. We would just be assuming that it's getting closer to the correct direction when it could just be getting further away as well.
Well, so Ood, this is why it's like reasonability or plausibility, not like statistical probability. That's why I said earlier that we're not talking about likelihood here. We're talking about a reasonable interpretation or a plausibility, because since we're working with a limited data set, that's why I worded it the way I did. And now you're not incorrect in saying this. I'm just saying what you said. You agreed that it's 50-50, right? And then you agreed that the precedent. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I just didn't say anything at that time. I mean, it's on the stream. We could just go back and check afterwards, but yeah.
Yeah. You said it's one of two things. It's 50-50. So if you agree it's 50-50, it's one of two things. And then you agree the precedent is set that if yours is true, it should come with the expected evidence. In the absence of that expected evidence, yours is less reasonably true. That was the argument that I put together. And then we got into the probability thing. You said probability is different than statistics, which is why I made sure earlier on to say that, by the way, this isn't a probability claim because, if you remember, I said, in order to establish actual probability or actual statistical probability, you'd have to go through the entire, to be fairly certain about it, you'd have to go through the entire data book and get a big enough body of evidence to say, okay, well, we've got 70 statements and just for the sake of argument, if like 35 of them are present tense and 35 of them are past tense, and then it's consistent with that, like with the precedent that we established, that you agreed was a precedent, then it would raise the statistical probability as well. But it's about plausibility, not probability.
If we really want, we could grab a sample of 30 and compare and find the p-value, see if it's less than 0.05, and then we can reasonably conclude that it's probably consistent. And if it's greater than 0.05, we can say that we cannot conclude that, meaning it's random. We don't know.
The problem is
go grab a sample of 30.
The tough thing, honestly, with this, and why I think your position is a really hard one to take in terms of this potentially being past tense, is how are you going to find evidence that something is past tense if it's using present tense language? Like, are you familiar with Grice's maxims?
Well, I'm just applying skepticism first of all. So it wouldn't necessarily be my burden to prove anything.
But the skeptical position that you would be taking is like, it's possible it's this other thing, right?
Yeah.
So if you're saying it's possible it's this other thing,
because we just
the
don't
other
know.
thing is it's possible it's past tense, right, as opposed to present tense, which is my position. Then if the precedent that I set provides less reasonability for your side, so I would have a greater preponderance of evidence for my side being the case, because mine would still be at that 50-50 mark, whereas yours would be below it in terms of plausibility. So that would make my argument inherently more reasonable. But if I guess this is just more of like a technical question, I think the only way that you would go about determining whether a statement which uses present tense language is depicting past tense things would be by finding like evidence within the manga or something in regards to that particular statement, like say it's captioning a particular moment or whatever, and showing like, even though this is using present tense language, it's depicting something in past tense. But I think that would go against, unless there's like hard evidence for it, which I really don't think there is. I think according to, so I don't want to get into this too much. But
by the way, it is past the time that you said, in case you weren't keeping track of that.
Well, I said that sort of judiciously because my lady is going to be home any minute, but I can talk until she gets here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But so there are two things working in my favor here. There would be three things. So there's the evidence of absence argument, which establishes less plausibility for your side, which inherently makes mine more reasonable. But then there's also like Bayesian probability, which basically says like whenever you insert new values, it can change the probability of a particular argument. So we inserted a new piece of evidence that would then, it's essentially, long story short, Bayesian probability is a fancy way of establishing statistical probability for a growing data set, effectively. So it's an interpretation.
I've taken Bayesian statistics and I've tuned it out of my life.
So you're aware, right? So Bayesian probability, you can determine probability based on that philosophy on a limited data set, which is like sort of what we do for like pharmaceutical companies, right? They'll run the test on hundreds or thousands of people, not millions or billions. And they can safely come to a reasonable conclusion that, a given side effect is less reasonable. It's less reasonable to be the case that a given side effect would come with a particular prescription.
Reasonable,
right? Because, yeah. Right. But reasonability is plausibility. So that makes it, based on the data set that we have, more likely, according to Bayesian probability, to be the case if you establish that precedent for a side that you're arguing for.
So real quick,
I would also argue, go ahead.
Yeah, so is modal realism just another word for evidence of absence?
No. Modal realism is it's a philosophy that basically asserts that all possible worlds are equally real. So essentially what it allows for in it. Yeah.
Then you just didn't say evidence of absence earlier. You might have been making the argument, but you never used the words.
Yeah, I said in the absence of this evidence, I said if X then Y. So in the absence of Y, it's less likely to be X. That would be an evidence of absence.
You
claim.
may have made an evidence from absence argument. You just didn't call it out as being one.
Well, I think I did, but even if I didn't, I mean, I still made the same argument.
So real quick.
That's like saying, like, if I make a fallacious argument, like, just because you don't call it out as the particular fallacy, but you point out the structure of it being fallacious, that it would no longer be that fallacy.
Well, Sage, I'm glad you're saying that, because if you look at my screen, you agreed to the rules.
Yes.
So you agreed to 7.5. No absence of evidence.
Oh my god,
so,
that is crazy.
So you agreed to these rules. You agreed to all of these.
I appeal to the idea that I have poor vision and couldn't see that.
Well, you also agreed to number 11. Please follow all rules.
By the way, I did specifically say, yes, I'm okay with following all of my rules. I did say that.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I was upset when you said that earlier.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Sage, you agreed these are your rules.
I think they were presented as my rules for sure. I was bamboozled. But yeah, so just to give a practical application of modal realism in debate and why I think it should be used is it basically says all possible worlds are equally real. So basically you don't have to substantiate why like one logical possibility is more grounded than another logical possibility. So if you and I were to say, like to the Tobirama example, if I were to say, yeah, it's possible that, you know, he started moving his hand when Jubito moved, and you're like, well, it's possible that Jubito blitzed him. Then if you don't adhere to modal realism, you can actually fall into the trap of one person being like, well, why are our possibilities equal? So it just makes possibilities rooted in exclusively like logic and reasoning on an equal playing field until there's more evidence established, which I think is like how most people intuitively argue, but there are rats out there that made it to where I had to put that in my rule set, unfortunately.
Shout out John the Maven that donated $2. Someone please say something about Hashirama. So real quick, again, it's on the stream, so we don't have to argue this, but I initially and at no point did agree to that. But even if I did, then whatever you think I did, then I do feel confident that I have dismissed the idea as being true. Again, under the gambling fallacy, because I would say if you flip a coin 100 times and it lands on tails 80% of the time, you would perceive the possibility as 80-20, but that's not the true possibility. If you flip the coin again, it's still going to be 50-50. Let's say you land on tails again for the 101st time for it to be 81%. It would just be going further away from the true possibility. You would just have been unlucky up to that point, and your next roll isn't necessarily unlucky. It's unlucky in the grand scheme of all the rolls, but in terms of the next roll, it's still 50-50. And there's no luck in regards to that.
This is why I specified after you said that whenever that's why I specified that, and I think that I said this whenever I said that too, is that if you get 10 tails in a row, then you're more likely to come across. I think that I said if you flip 10 tails in a row, that it's
Hashirama can't flip the 10 tails. I'm sorry. I'm totally. Go ahead.
If you flip tails 10 times in a row, then you're more likely to over time approach that true probability, unless there's another factor that's inhibiting that. Which I mean, like if somebody's actually like provably an unlucky person, that would actually be a legitimate factor. Like if we're assuming that like luck is a real tangible
thing. Luck exists.
Right, exactly. But
there is an easy way to do that in Naruto.
True. But
you remember the name of the lady, Oodie?
Yes, I do.
That one lady.
The lady.
For the sake of like this discussion, right? Like if you agree, also, I know that you said that you didn't agree that they were 50-50. I think that you did, but I could be wrong. Let's assume that I am.
I'll go back afterwards.
You did agree to modal realism. Yeah, you did agree to modal realism, which would make the like possibilities that we put forth, the possible worlds, inherently equal.
Assuming I agreed to that.
You did.
It's
Motor
on
realism?
stream. I don't think I did. We'll have to go back and check afterwards. But assuming I did, then
Oh
yes.
my gosh.
Just to steal man the
Okay.
point, just to continue on.
Yeah. But with that, so if we're agreeing that that motor realism is the way to go, right? Then both possible worlds would be equally valid, equally real, and therefore they have an equal value, like an equal statistical value, right? So if that's the case, and then I establish this evidence of absence argument, which lowers the reasonability of yours, then it makes mine inherently more reasonable than yours. So that would mean that the position that it's in a present tense context, as opposed to coming with the evidence that you would expect from a past tense context, would make it would drop the reasonability of yours below the reasonability of mine. So I would argue that I think that would establish likelihood for it. If you want me to go over something else, I can. But I don't know how familiar you are with like Grice's maxims or Grice's
No, I don't
principles,
know
as they're
idea.
otherwise known as.
This is my first time hearing it.
Basically they're just like they're principles of communication is all it is, and it's basically like and there have been studies done on this that they've shown statistical significance in terms of predictability of somebody interpreting a particular statement correctly or incorrectly. Even 8-year-olds, by the way, which is like crazy. And actually, as young as 5, it's basically 50-50. But by the time people get to 8 years old, they instinctively adhere to these principles to a statistically significant degree, which basically his principles cover how we use language and how we predict what somebody means by what they're saying. So, like, for example, one of them is if somebody is, being sarcastic, or if they're lying or using hyperbole, then, one of the principles is to use language that evidences that, so that the person you're talking to can understand what you're saying. And so it assumes cooperation between the people speaking to each other, exchanging information. And so since that has an inherently statistically significant value assigned to it in terms of providing statistics that showcase that if you adhere to these particular maxims, that people do adhere to these particular maxims, and it allows for them to predict what somebody actually means, then somebody using something in the present tense under those maxims would make it more likely statistically that they're actually adhering to what the present tense language is communicating and not being misleading in some way.
That's not true, because that's basically bandwagon. That's Salem witch trials right there. Is that all of society perceives something one way, but that way wasn't true.
Well, it's not particular to all of society. They actually do make concessions for that in that, like he does, Grice, he does. And basically it's for English speakers, but then the same principles can be applied to like people who speak different languages. It's just like when you go like cultural context, right? Like some cultures, like Koreans, for example, I have some Korean friends, and the ones that haven't been speaking English as long sometimes have a difficult time picking up on like sarcasm, but the ones who have pick up on it pretty easily. So it is culturally different, right, amongst different things. But based on the assumption of cooperation that allows for a statistically significant, likelihood presented that somebody will understand what's being communicated, if what we're reading is using present tense language, and we understand that present tense language by definition describes things in present tense, then it would be more likely, according to Grice's principles and the experiments done in regards to that he's using present tense language to describe present tense things.
I feel like that's mostly just wording or rewording things that have already been covered. So I feel like I don't need to address that more than I already have. I feel confident that I've given enough counter arguments to get my own points across. But we could do the next argument if you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, I will say, like, the Grice's maxims thing is another way of establishing likelihood for it, but it is a different argument. So, like, the evidence of absence thing
I covered on that what I felt like I needed to already.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay, cool. I thought you were saying, like, it's something that I had already brought up.
I understood the difference.
So, I mean, are you wanting to just steelman that position then? Like, just assume that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this would just apply to, I mean, for all good debaters, it would be assumed that they won their own point. So I'll just assume I won my point, and you assume that you won yours.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, if we were to assume that you won your point, then the argument falls through that it's not more likely to be present tense, and therefore it's kind of up in the air. And so we wouldn't be able to know if it's actually saying that he's the strongest, which would like inherently defeat my position. So if we're steelmanning, my position as if like I won the point, I'm not saying that you agree to that, but if we steelman that position, then from there, if we're assuming that my point went through, which would be this is present tense language, it's saying that he is the strongest shinobi, then what would be your contention from there?
So that's completely okay because our other arguments don't have to do that. They aren't piggybacking off of this argument. They're completely just other independent, separated arguments entirely.
Well, I mean, I think that like if I lose that point, then I just lose. Like if it's 50-50, whether or not that's present tense or past tense, then I have no way of establishing that he's the strongest shinobi, at least based on that statement. And it's the only thing that like I would ever use to make that claim.
Well, that's okay, Sage. I like playing with my food.
That he is. Yeah. Well, so if we steelman my position, that it is in fact present tense language, right? That it's describing Hashirama as in present tense up to chapter 691, which Data Book 4 covers, being the strongest shinobi. Like it's a quality that is true up to that point. Then what would be your contention from there? Like, do you think there's anything in the series to contradict that?
Well, we can go with that argument instead of the argument I wanted to do. But okay, we'll do it that way.
Well, what did you want to do?
Okay. Well, we'll just do this one really quick because it's a fun one. It's okay. One of those fun Walky Talky kind of arguments. So, in reference to Hashirama being peerless, I just wanted to present something to you really quick. So, are you aware of what peerless means in Naruto, Sage?
Well, to be fair, Hashirama is called the strongest shinobi. He is called peerless in past tense. In the other data books.
Yeah. So do you know what the Naruto writers mean when they say peerless?
I would argue that definitionally it means without peer. And I think generally it connotates somebody being above everyone else in some capacity, or at least everyone else of a particular subset, if you can establish that it's in regards to a subset.
So through modal realism, let me do some process of elimination, since you agree that there's 50-50 likelihood and that I'm decreasing your likelihood based on consistency of irrelevant information. So when we come to Sakura versus Ino, she says, "You're right. The magnitude of your obsession with your long, flowing hair and superficial appearance is peerless."
Mm-hmm.
So that's telling you is.
Yeah, that's what peerless is.
Yeah, she's saying that it's without peer, like that nobody else has the same obsession with Ino's long flowing hair and superficial appearances.
Yeah, so when it comes to Hashirama,
so like for example, she's saying like the meat patty with cheese between two buns is a burger. That's how she's phrasing her. She's saying the word at the like. She's saying the meaning is like word. So the meaning of peerless is Ino's obsession with her long flowing hair and superficial appearances. So that's what peerless is.
So you're saying that she's assigning that the definition of peerless is, quote, your obsession with your long flowing hair and superficial appearances, end quote.
Based on modal realism, it establishes likelihood. You're less likely based on consistency.
So you're saying that we have two equal possible worlds here. That in one possible I can't believe you're actually taking this serious. But go ahead. That you're saying in one possible world that Sakura is saying that the definition of peerless is, quote, your obsession with your long flowing hair and superficial appearances.
The magnitude of your obsession.
And magnitude, right. And then another equally possible world, which is the one that I would be asserting, is that peerless would be an adjective describing the magnitude of her obsession with her long flowing hair and superficial appearances.
Well, I'm glad you agree. It's equally
Sage, you need to
possible.
remember, though, because of preponderance of evidence, there's actually another thing that supports Sakura's statement. Because if you read the beginning of this, she says, "You're right." So Ino said she agreed to Sakura's definition, and Sakura is simply restating it, just to really emphasize how right Ino was.
Well, what does Ino say right there, right before that?
Well, we already know. It's
you can't be my equal. It's
Sakura says she's right.
So Sakura is saying you're right to Ino saying that she can't be her equal, right?
Well, but Sage,
and then she follows that up with in your possible world.
Yeah, so she's linking these two. She's linking these two of what it means in Naruto.
Well, she's saying
Ino
that
is right for agreeing with her.
Yeah, she's saying that Ino is correct in assuming
because
that they cannot
of
be
this.
equal. And then she's saying
Ino's correct about the magnitude of her obsession with her long flowing hair and superficial appearances being the definition of peerless. That's what Sakura is saying is right.
Where does Ino say anything about the word peerless?
Well, she could have said it at any point, and Sakura's just agreeing that she's right about it.
Well, why isn't Sakura just saying that she's right that they can't be equals? I would say that's more pragmatic.
Sakura's just having the epiphany now.
Oh, okay. So
it'd be narratively
she's just now realizing that Ino's right about the definition of peerless.
In this moment, Sakura is reacting to something that Ino said prior to this conversation.
Well, that is how conversations typically go.
What Ino's saying now is sparking her memory of that previous conversation.
Why would it be sparking?
That's why she's saying that's the epiphany right there.
Got you. So why can't she just be reacting to what Ino is saying in terms of them being equals, and then using what we understand, at least in English, the definition of peerless, that peerless is a synonym with having no equal. Actually, the definition of peerless is to have no equal.
Well, Sage, I'm glad you're asking why that can't be the case. So when we come to, let's see, I'm just going to go this way. When we come to Hashirama and Tobirama's conversation as they're in front of Jubito, and Tobirama says,
I'm so glad we got this translated, I can't lie.
I know, yeah. And Tobirama says, I'll just go to the actual translation instead of the English one because, yeah. And Tobirama says, couldn't quite disappear, huh? Blah, blah, blah. So the rest of this is irrelevant. So couldn't quite disappear. So I asked Out and Bolts, and she looked this up in like Japanese culture, whatever. And so this is in reference to Obito losing his mind, quote unquote. Like he's like turning into the Tin Tails, he's saying like Obito or whatever, you know?
So Tobirama in this particular moment is referencing Obito losing his mind. He's not speaking to the clone.
Right, yeah.
Like about something that happened to the clone?
Yeah, that's what Saladin Bolt said.
I'm gonna need to see that evidence really quick.
I clipped that. I'll send that to you after this. But
no.
But either way, what's important here is the fact that Tobirama is saying that to Obito, despite Hashirama's "that guy's stronger than me" speech in the middle.
That happens after this.
No, it doesn't.
No, I double checked. So Obito does the Obito, and then Hashirama does the he's stronger than me, and then this happens.
Let me take
so
a
go
look
ahead,
at this.
Sage. Why can't that be the case based on the Ino Sakura conversation? And she's just responding to something later.
So maybe it's
Hiruzen in this panel directly responds to Hashirama, saying like, "Yeah, I'm afraid that seems so," in response to what Hashirama said, and then Tobirama speaks second.
Weirdly, randomly about Obito losing his mind.
Becomes the Jinchuriki. Oh, when he says Jinchuriki, and then
nobody says Jinchuriki ever, but
Jubito does. They say he's the 10 tails Jinchuriki.
Okay,
he does say Obito, like literally right before that.
And then Hashirama says this whole thing, and then Hiruzen says his thing, and then Tobirama responds to Obito.
So how does the couldn't quite disappear thing tie into Obito? And how does this tie to Peerless? I am so confused.
Well, the Peerless is in reference to what you were saying about why it can't just be sparking Sakura's memory based on something Ino said prior, and instead of the immediate thing she said right before this.
Oh, got you. Okay, so you're saying that like characters can reference things that have happened prior to what's being said to them directly in that moment.
I didn't just say it; I proved it.
So, I don't think that. Here, let me look at this. Strong on me, no offense, but appears to be true.
I mean, I think it'd be consistent anyways.
Well, hold on. I got a symmetry breaker for you. Hashirama says, to be blunt, guys, this guy is stronger than me. And then Hiruzen says, no offense, but it appears so. And then Tobirama says that. So that would still mean that this fits into the precedent that you established of she may not be reacting to something that's being said to her immediately before. It could be something prior to that, because Hashirama says what he says prior to the statement that comes right before what Tobirama says.
Yeah.
Right.
So how's that?
So it could still just be in reference to Hashirama.
Well, no, this is about the Sakura Ino thing right now.
Right, but so what you're saying is in this moment, Sakura is not responding to what Ino just said. She's to the words that she just heard.
Right.
She's responding to something from prior to that.
Right.
So, with that precedent, Tobirama, if he's not responding to what was just said, which is what Hiruzen said, not Hashirama, then he could still be within your precedent responding to what Hashirama said prior to that.
That couldn't quite disappear in reference to Hashirama being the strongest?
Yeah, so go to it's chapter.
Well, Sage, for that, I think we could just like. I'll just send you the clip of Salad and Bolt saying the thing. We'll just like presuppose for this for now, since that's not really something that we need to argue on.
Well, so I am interested in that, but like and I know you're trolling, but for your particular precedent though. So the order of events here is.
Wait, hold on. Can you prove that because you said he's trolling. Can you prove that?
I don't. That's just an expression of my belief.
Well, Sage, do you think that Hashirama has the longest hair at his time?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, from what we see, so based on modal realism, based on evidence of absence, modal realism, 50-50 odds of the worlds.
It's equally possible that he has the longest hair in his generation. Well, so
but it'd be narratively consistent based on this.
Here's my thing, though, right? So since you're asserting that this raises likelihood for your side, right? Then you'd have to provide likelihood for it. So this if you go to 638, but before you do that, really quick, we'll just order of events here. Ino makes her statement. Sakura says "humph," and then makes her statement. So your precedent you set is, well, characters can be reacting to something that took place prior to that statement, as opposed to that statement in that particular moment. And you use the Hashirama thing as an example.
Okay, right? So now going to 638. So by the way, if I'm using this site, it's going to be the wrong translation, so I don't know if that's what you want, but...
No, it's okay.
Okay.
But if we're just saying that this was in reference to something other than what was just said, then if you look at, keep going. I think it's keep going.
Keep going. Don't know exactly what you're looking for, but
right. Okay. So he says stronger than me, and then Hiruzen says something else. And then Tobirama makes his statement. So the precedent you're trying to establish is that this is in reference to something prior to that. If it's in reference to something prior to that, prior to the statement he just heard, then why can't it be in reference to the statement that Hashirama made right before that?
Because it doesn't make sense as a response to Hashirama's statement if he's saying he's the strongest and Tobirama is saying, what does he say exactly? Going to it.
Couldn't quite disappear, huh?
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
I think we, like, all troll aside, I think we do agree that that's in reference to the clone not popping, like the other clones did.
No, based on Salad and Bolts.
I mean, based on appeal to Hobbs.
Well, I mean, even then, it couldn't quite disappear, huh? Well,
Yep.
the Hashirama clone did disappear.
Not that Hashirama clone. The other one.
That Hashirama clone wasn't attacked.
Well, the other ones weren't attacked either. They just disappeared whenever the barrier was broken. So do you want to, just for the sake of like this podcast topic, I guess, do you want to go over if you have any other contentions? Because we went over what it looks like if we steel man your position, which again, like if I lose the initial point, then there's no other way to establish that he's the strongest Shinobi up to 691. There's just like literally nothing for that. But if I win the first point and it is in present tense, then what would be your contention there? Because I mean, to me, it seems like the only way to contend that would be to say that it's like inconsistent with something.
I mean, I know that you care, but I don't personally really care whether you lost the first point or not, because I'm down for just debating all the points regardless. And again, we can debate
we just want to go over
well.
every point anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's I'm the same exact opinion. Like, it doesn't really matter to me. I think,
that out of the
but
way.
like for the sake of like the flow of the debate, right? Like if I lost that first point, then I would just lose the debate, right? But
okay. Kamui, if you want to share your screen, I know what you want to go into. I was saying Kamui, if you want to.
Well,
I know what you want to get into.
Okay, there we go.
Kamui.
Well, which ones do you want to start with?
Well, I was assuming that you would do those chapter statements. You know the ones.
Okay. I'll since I found them all, I'll share.
Yeah.
I love the chapter statements.
So I happened to coincidentally find a few gems. So we'll do, I think, as worst to best for the chapter statement. So we'll start with this one. So, I mean, Sage, before you read this, I just wanted you to answer. So, by the Sasuke retrieval arc, who would you say? So, don't read anything. But who would you say was the strongest?
Like I do have those, just so you know. So I am aware of what this says because I do have all these.
I don't know. That's why I can't wait for the third one.
But so the strongest foe in general, or the strongest foe like against the Sasuke retrieval?
Well, the strongest foe.
I mean, it says clearly right here that this determination that destroys even the strongest foe deserves a 10 no SNG. So like it's not just the strongest foe, it be even the strongest
foe. That's emphasizing
really emphasizing that he's the strongest foe.
Yeah, so I mean, there would be two different things here. I think like the strongest foe in the series up to that point is probably
Kinemon.
I mean, it's probably Orochimaru is like the strongest foe in general. But the strongest foe that they have fought to this point, which chapter statements cover the chapters that they're on, right, would be Kidomaru, because they haven't faced Kimimaro yet.
Well,
I
typically,
actually think, like I was commissioned to do a full potential Kidomaru short, and this is one of the things I grabbed for it.
Typically, when they were to specify a character, they would do that. For example, if to reword it in the way that you're explaining it, they would say Neji's strongest foe, not the strongest foe.
So I would say that you have to establish that precedent for the chapter statements, because the chapter statements have an inherently different purpose than like the narrative itself. Like they just like the data books, they're like expository reference texts. So they like reference the manga. These are used to like reference the manga chapter by chapter in order to cover like up to this point. Like for example, the infamous the strongest man in the Akatsuki pursues Naruto, right? Like that's clearly time based, right? right? It's based on
Well,
that
but
particular
that's a
chapter
good
going
example,
into
though.
the next
It
one.
specifies strongest man in the Akatsuki as opposed to just the strongest man.
It's
This
also
was
indicating
the
who it
strongest foe.
is
It's not the
because
strongest foe in the sound for. It's the
Yeah.
strongest foe.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say though the precedent that it's capturing a particular moment in time, like and particular events that happen in that chapter, and are specific to
on
the
that,
arc itself.
Yeah.
Good.
because
Good.
the strongest Akatsuki that pursues Naruto or whatever, that's
Mhm.
giving the present tense tag along verb whatever, the one that's
Mhm.
pursuing Naruto. This isn't saying the strongest foe that's fighting Neji. This is just saying the strongest foe.
Well,
Right,
because
but-
the present moment aspect is that Neji beat the strongest foe.
Right. So again, so the chapter statements are designed to talk about what's happening in that chapter relative to that chapter, and then which is obviously in a grander scheme in the arc. And then like there's even like the flash forward statements. I think like down at the bottom right is what that is. So it's like next time, like in the next chapter, this is what we'll be discussing. So I think you can easily argue that this is in reference to the foes that would be relevant to this chapter. Because like the chapter statements are relevant to the chapters that they're covering.
Well, based on modal realism, but we can move on.
Okay. So for the next one, well, are you aware that Shikamaru, specifically when he,
Are you aware?
well, actually, no, yeah. So Shikamaru is stronger than anyone.
Yeah,
Are you aware?
includes Hashirama.
So
Yeah,
you,
it says
you agree.
he feels-
Shikamaru
he
is
feels-
stronger than anyone.
Yeah, like emotionally.
Well, no. So what it's saying is that he feels more for his companions than anyone. Therefore, this man is stronger than anyone. So let's put this in the context of the thematicness of Naruto. When you protect your friends, that's when you can become your strongest. So clearly, what it's saying is that Shikamaru feels more for his companions. So his protect his friendness is stronger than anyone, and because of Naruto's themes. Therefore, he's stronger than anyone.
And that's
So
consistent.
because Shikamaru wants to, but that means though, at the end of the day, Shikamaru is stronger than anyone. He's stronger than
that's like-
Itachi.
Yeah, that's like saying this, like say that there was like a traumatic event in a family, like and you know this mother battled fear and turmoil to save her child from a burning building. Therefore, she's stronger than anyone. Like the idea communicated there would be she pushed through circumstances emotionally that would be really difficult for anyone.
False
So you're calling
equivalency.
her the strongest because of that. It's
False
you also
equivalency.
see this with in the Minato one shot when Kushina says that or when Minato says Kushina is stronger than him. That directly follows a statement where he specifically talks about she has to deal with the emotional turmoil essentially of being a Jinchuriki, like all the ridicule being confined to a particular space, having to deal with this burden. She's even stronger than I am. So I think in that particular context, and in this one, I think it's more pragmatic to assume that the strength they're referencing is emotional strength.
That's definitely more than
Which,
one
by
thing
the
at a
way,
time.
for the Hashirama thing, the position that I've taken in the debates that I've taken has always just been premise. Hashirama is the strongest shinobi. Kind of a premise trap because strongest can mean a bunch of different things.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that after, but we did. Okay, that reminds me. We completely forgot to establish the premise of the debate. We've just been debating.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I assumed it was going off of the same topic that I debated Jay on.
That's fair. Well, first of all, I think the Shikamaru thing would be consistent based off of modus ponens, hocus pocus or whatever. But I would say the first instance that you listed with the mother and the child and the burning building, I think that's a false equivalency. Because first of all, I think you were referencing real life there, not a battle shonen, so obviously different context. Second of all, it's referencing a specific event, whereas here, the Shikamaru one, it's not doing that, it's just saying in general.
Well, it inherently would be more likely to be referencing a specific event by virtue of being a chapter statement. And also, by the way, says he feels more for his companions than anyone. He's crying on panel. Therefore, this man is stronger than anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's talking about his emotional fortitude there, I think. And I think the thing that backs that up is it specifically says he feels for his companions more than anyone. Therefore, because of this feeling, he is the strongest. Strongest in what way? A way connected to feeling.
Okay. Kamui, did you have anything more to say on this one?
Well, what would that mean, Sage?
What do you mean?
Well, a strongest in the way that's connected to feelings. But what
Yeah,
would that
like
mean?
he's like emotionally the strongest.
Well, is that what's being conveyed in this scene when he cries?
I think that what they're conveying is that because like emotional strength is just your ability. I mean, this is one definition of it, I guess, would be like your ability to endure emotional turmoil.
Well, Shikamaru doesn't look like he's enduring that right here.
Oh, he's enduring it, but like to the point of tears, you know. But like,
I mean, Tsunade seems to be enduring it even better.
Okay, hang on, Sage.
Well,
but
she's laughing at him right here. You see that smile on her face?
That's so absurd that I just have to point out the ridiculousness of why we're saying Shikamaru's crying. We're saying he's crying because he's enduring his emotional resilience rather than because of, his friends almost died.
No, he's enduring the emotional trauma to the point of tears. So I think that the Tsunade thing would be a false equivalence because she didn't have to see her best friend fight in a life or death scenario.
Shikamaru didn't see that.
Shikamaru left his best friend behind against an opponent that they didn't know if he could beat.
Choji left Tsunade behind in the village.
In the context of this chapter as well, he talks about how they almost died, and like he was thrown into a situation where he didn't want to lead anybody. Like he actively is like, dude, I wish that I was a cloud, not a shinobi. Like I don't want to deal with this. And he gets put into a situation where he has to leave his best friends in the world behind, then fight a monster like Tayuya with abilities that forced him with a limited arsenal to, fight to the brink. He also was about to be killed in that fight before Tamari showed up. So he endured in a ton of emotional turmoil during that. And the fact that he's crying and he says, next time, definitely, I'll show that I can do it flawlessly. That's showing that even through the tears, he's got his resolve. I think
he's saying he'll do it flawlessly because he's stronger than anyone. So now he's stronger than anyone. He wasn't before this scene.
Also,
so now that he's the strongest,
therefore is indicating something new rather than reiterating. It's not saying so, it's saying therefore.
Therefore, it's like LeBron has scored the most points in NBA history. Therefore, he's the greatest scorer in NBA history.
Well, no, it's bonus opponents.
That's not
it's if P then Q. So if he feels more than anyone, then you have Q. He's the strongest.
So you wouldn't use therefore.
If LeBron has scored the most points in NBA history, then he's the greatest scorer in NBA history.
But you just use the word then, not therefore. Again, that's how you use then. That's not how you use therefore.
Right, but he just said if then. Like whenever we were doing the therefore, I did say Shikamaru, or I said LeBron has scored the most points in NBA history, therefore he's the greatest scorer in NBA history.
Therefore would reference something that comes after, not reiterating. So I go to work, therefore I get paid.
No, not necessarily. Does that statement not work? LeBron has scored the most points in NBA history, therefore he is the greatest scorer in NBA history?
That's a ridiculous way to use therefore. You can do it, but you can use any word there.
But what does it not? I mean, it works.
Not really. Not how the word's supposed to work. Like, I understand what you mean, but technically, I would say no. That's not how that word is.
Yeah, what's wrong? I'm confused. Yeah, what's wrong?
Therefore, just it's a transition word that ties one thing to the next.
But that's not transitioning anything. You're just reiterating.
I think my mom makes the best pies in the world. Therefore, I think she's the best baker in the world. Like that still works. It's saying if this,
no, that one works.
then that.
No, but the first one you said, you're saying, I think LeBron, or whatever you say, LeBron scores the most, therefore he scores the most. That's just reiterating the same thing.
No. LeBron has scored the most points in NBA history. Therefore, he's the greatest scorer in NBA history. It's not he scored the most.
I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now.
Right.
I thought you were saying, like, therefore he scored the greatest amount of points, not that he is the greatest scorer.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly. So
knowing what I meant, does that make sense now? Why I said what I said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get what you're saying now, because I was like, wait, dude, I'm using it correctly.
now I understand what you were saying.
If you thought I was saying that, I'm like, I understand that.
Okay.
So, but with Shikamaru here, it's Shikamaru cares for. Let me just quote it directly. He feels more for his companions than anyone else. So, like, emotionally, he feels more for his companions. Therefore, this man is stronger than anyone. So, that statement would be intrinsically tied to emotion. It could be saying that because he cares for his friends more than anyone else, he just gets a mental lamp when he's like fighting for them, and it makes him like the strongest combatant in like a combat sense. But it could also be saying that because he cares for his companions so much, like in the context of this chapter with everything he went through, he's the strongest man in an emotional sense.
Yeah.
You guys have any other of these?
Yeah, we do.
Pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah. So,
this is my
favorite. I was curious, Sage, who would you say is like the best of the Leaf in terms of like the ninja? Like, who's the best? What's the best of the Leaf?
Like the best in what regard?
The best.
The best. It's just the best.
Well, because like,
are
so
the
say
best
for like
shinobi?
Because like, for example, I think Hashirama is stronger than Itachi, but he says that Itachi's a better shinobi than him.
Well, no,
right?
He's the greater shinobi, not a better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, greater and better. I mean, those would be synonymous.
Well, he could be saying that Itachi's fatter. I mean, like, there's a lot of meanings of greater. So,
right, but I would say that like, and I think most people would agree that Hashirama is stronger than Itachi. But what he's talking about there is like in his pursuit of his values, in his sacrifice, things like that. Because he actually specifically says prior to that, a shinobi is one who endures. He has the same outlook that Jiraiya does, which is interesting. And so with everything that Itachi endured in order to bring about, the goals that he had, he's saying like he's better than me as a shinobi in that philosophy. I think combatively. Yeah.
So, well, here I'm gonna help guide you. So keep combative in your mind. So if the statement's made after a combative battle, and it does not give any indication of any meaning, like their mindset of shinobi enduring or their companionship with their best friends, it's not giving you context to lead you another direction. It's about a battle that took place, and they say best of the Leaf.
We're narrowing it down.
So
there's only two possibilities.
I wish I didn't know the statement that you're referring to.
Well, there's two possibilities. Which one are you thinking it is?
I'm thinking of the Sasuke one.
It's not the Sasuke one. You were wrong.
Okay. So because I know, and then I know that there's also like a chapter cover that calls Lee, Sasuke, Naruto, and
not
Neji
that
the
either.
best of the Leaf.
It's not that either. It's not that either.
So
you got one more possibility. Third time's the charm.
Right.
And in this one, and I'll tell you right now, I'll give you a hint. It's not in the context of it must mean the Ganin. It's definitely not that.
Okay. I mean, I would say, like, in terms of combat, I think the best combatant in the Leaf, it depends on what you consider shinobi. If you include the Hokage in that, I would say, like, up to the point before Hiruzen dies, it'd be Hiruzen. Outside of that, if you say, because there's also another definition of shinobi in the first fan book, which is just the fighting, like the military fighting force from Genin to Jonin in the Hidden Leaf, then it would be Kakashi. So combatively, I would say those two up to that point in the story would be the case. And then I think that maintains true with Kakashi and the Hokage through Tsunade up until potentially when Naruto gets Sage Mode.
Well, what if I told you were wrong?
Let's see it.
The best of the Leaf is neither Kakashi nor Tsunade or Jiraiya or Guy. It's Genma and Rhino.
Hell yeah.
So
What does it say?
if you read this, says on the side, Naruto and his team catches up with the Sound Four that defeated even the best of the Leaf. Now, who did they defeat? Genma
They defeated
and Rhino.
a couple. Yeah, so Genma and Rhino are referred to as Jonin, even though technically they're special Jonin. In the manga,
actually, the special Jonin does not exist in the manga. Every special Jonin is consistently only called Jonin.
Well, I think that Ebisu, whenever Kakashi is talking to Naruto, telling him he's going to go train with Ebisu. He's just referred to as a.
I think he's called a Tokubetsu. Just says that he's a very good teacher.
You can look it up really quick.
I think they call him a Tokubetsu's Jonin.
If you want to look it up,
might call him a special Jonin, but not specify what that means.
Yeah. That doesn't become specified until later on. But yeah, they call him a Jonin.
Well, no, it's not even specified in the data book. It's the fan books that specify.
Yeah.
I will check the Ebisu thing right now.
All right, if you're gonna look that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick.
90 is whenever the training begins. So maybe there.
It should be here.
Oh yeah, he's a special Jonin. Yeah, it's on page 3. It's when Kakashi's like whispering into Naruto's ear, bottom right.
Yeah, here it is. He's a special Jonin.
Yeah.
So this is the only thing we get. So based on that, since they're establishing a precedent, when there's a special Jonin, they specifically call it out.
Right.
Whereas
What I'm saying
Genma and Rhino,
so that helps my point, because the if you go, I don't know exactly what chapter it is, but after they fight Genma and Rhino, whenever they're like fatigued, they say we took like even 2 Jonin, and then in fan book 1, the Jonin are just called the best of the Leaf.
So real quick before I get to that, when did Ebisu learn Sakon and Ukon's Kekkei Genkai?
I would argue that's an artistic choice, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does just have.
Well, just know, I want you to know that Naruto. This is thematically important. So, because we've done this topic before, I probably have an intro picture somewhere, but Naruto's also been shown being a master of this technique in some other panels, and Ebisu was Naruto's teacher here. So, when Oodie gets back, he'll love this, but Ebisu is the one who taught Naruto Sakon Ukon's Kekkei Genkai. But coming back to that, so you would agree that Genma and Rhino are the best of the Leaf?
Yeah, they're Jonin. I think the Jonin are the best of the Leaf. I think like taking down, because like I know. Let me see if I can find this. This might be it.
Well, keep in mind because Hayate is also called a Jonin in the manga. When Baki killed Hayate, he did not say he took down the best of the Leaf.
Well, I mean, I think in reference to like Baki facing Hayate, Baki is also a Jonin, and so it doesn't like hit as hard. Like if those guys take down Jonin, who are considered the best of the Leaf, it's worthy of note. Whereas Baki, who's described as the strongest Jonin in Suna, it doesn't really like. It's like, okay, yeah, Jonin took down another Jonin. You know what I mean? Versus like,
well, actually. This is funny. So Kakashi says that the Anbu are supposed to be the best in Konoha Crush. And I think what Kishimoto's doing here is clarifying the Anbu are supposed to be it. But it turns out that Genma and Rhino are.
It would just depend on it would depend on what it means, like with the Anbu, like by best, because like, damn it, I just closed this. I have the first fan book right next to me.
Well, Sage, to clarify, who you're saying is the strongest is Valley of the End Hashirama, right? Like a live Hashirama, not like Edo Hashirama, but a live Hashirama.
I don't know if it's necessarily Valley of the End. Potentially Valley of the End, maybe a version of him after that though, because like we know he lived after the final Valley. So, and I don't think that he had the deity gates at that point, because they would have been really freaking useful in dealing with Kurama, and he doesn't use them, at least not on panel. And then when we see the aftermath, there's no like deity gates around. So I do think like it's possible he gained the deity gates afterwards. And I also think that like, generally speaking, shinobi who are in their physical prime, tend to get stronger with time. Like shinobi in character mostly will train. So I do think that he probably got stronger after that. So it might be in reference to a different version of him.
Sure,
and one
but
of the things you just reminded me, I want to try to dig into this. I wonder if he got Kurama first and then went out and got the other Bijou. Because if he did, actually, it makes sense that he did that because he gathered the other Bijou and then had the Gokage Summit, which is after Konoha is established and after Madara's fight with him. So I like if he's going around fighting Bijou and like trying to figure out more practical ways to take them down without having to seal them in his life. I think it makes sense for him to get stronger. So like full disclosure, the strongest, like I can go through the rationalization of it for you if you'd like. I would never argue this part in a debate because it's totally unprovable. There are too many variables. But if you want, I can tell you because when I saw that statement, the strongest shinobi, I was like, okay, this doesn't make any sense at all. Let me see if it's in past tense language. And it wasn't. Okay. Is there any evidence of hyperbole here? No.
Well, I'm glad you're saying
so I have to take
that
it at face value.
because Kamui,
Yeah.
if you want to transition to this next, we have the video of the third Raikage or whatever, to where you're saying, and this is like the upscale, the data book 4 up to chapter 691. I would never argue this because this is ridiculous, and we were going to use that for this.
Yeah.
It's like, so
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
actually
so-
believe the Hashirama.
Well, I do believe it in some sense. I think that he is the strongest in some capacity. I do think I think for are you talking about the can like pierce anything statement with the hell stab? Yeah. So I think that kind of language, it can be like, that's typical for like hyperbole. Like whenever Tamari is stated to be able to blow away, all things in the universe, it's like, okay, well, can she actually blow away a star? I don't think so. It's probably hyperbole. And then we also see that pretty consistently.
I was
when
thinking we
hyperbole-
could, so assuming we are going to debate Monday, which I assume we are, I was thinking we could just like cover all that Monday. Since that's a little bit more in line with what I figured we would debate
It looks
that time.
I have my lady's location. It looks like she's still at work. Let me check again.
Okay. If you need to like call her or anything, feel free. But
Yeah, she's still at work. No,
Okay.
it's fine. It's a weekend. She's gonna be there a little bit later.
gotcha.
But so I mean, we can go over it now if you want to, and then pick up later. But if you want to hear like my non-debate rationale for the statement, I can walk you through it. Which is like, because this is what I do when I see a statement that I'm like, okay, this doesn't make sense to me, because my third step, by the way, because it was fine up until this. My third step was like, oh, well, maybe it's like not in regards to Six Path's characters. Maybe like Six Path's characters transcend Shinobi. But unfortunately, Jubidara in the Night Guy databook file is called the strongest Shinobi on the battlefield. So
That's
he
part
is
of
a
it, I was
Shinobi.
trying to look for that, but I couldn't
Yeah,
find it.
So,
Yeah,
so
Night Guy,
Sage,
I
we're
think
getting
I
way
think
too far ahead, where we have like 5 things to bring up. So if you want to just hold off there. So first of all, we don't have to like argue this. I just personally, I don't think that the data book would be referencing post Valley of the End Hashirama, just for like the audience, for like the person writing the data book. I don't think they would write that because the audience doesn't see it, and being a fictional series, it'd be weird if they were like referencing a Hashirama that we just have never seen.
Well, we see him post Valley at the end, don't we?
I don't think so.
Like
Do
in
we?
the flashbacks, whenever they're in the flashbacks, talking about what we were talking about earlier with the Gokage Summit. The first Gokage Summit.
Yeah,
that they
I
had.
guess that's fair. Okay, yeah, that's fair. We just don't seem fine. I guess that's fine. Yeah, they could be referencing that Hashirama then, I suppose. But either way, so semantics aside of Valley of the End or not, you do mean like a live Hashirama, not like you don't think it's Edo Hashirama that it's reference to. Okay, so it is in reference to live. Okay, so
yeah.
So here's where that argument leads. Hashirama is part of the Leaf Village, right?
Yeah, I think he's a Leaf Shinobi. I mean, he's not like actively a part of their forces. Like,
well, that's interesting because
actually, does he?
Yeah, so he's
Let
a
me
part of the
look at
village.
this. Does he have his Konoha headband? Yeah, he does. He has his Konoha headband.
Okay,
in the form.
perfect.
I love
So Sage, you would agree that Genma and Raido, they're post Hashirama, correct?
Wait, say that one more time.
So timeline wise, Genma and Raido, they exist after Hashirama.
Yes.
And they're also part of the Leaf.
Yes.
So that statement to where they're the best of the Leaf, which is in present tense. So Genma and Raido are better than Hashirama.
Well, so again, I think that is in reference to them taking down Jonin, because like the Jonin are considered the best of the Leaf.
Well,
The
so it's
Hokages
not
are.
the Hokage that are considered the best of the Leaf then.
Well, I
It's
mean,
the Jonin. The
technically,
Jonin are better
like,
than the Hokage.
it really depends on like how you consider because again, we get like 5 different definitions for shinobi in the series, which is sort of annoying. But the the
We'll get to
definition
that
we
later.
get in Fanbook 1 is like shinobi are just the standing forces for a village. And then we get like in the Land of Waves, shinobi are tools to be used for their village. Then we get like from Jiraiya
For both of those,
Hashirama,
really quick.
those who endure.
Well, technically, all 3 of those can work. So all of that would still apply to the Hokage. All 3 of them.
Well, it could, but like in Fanbook 1, it says that he precedes over the military forces, and the military forces are the shinobi. That's why it's
in
weird.
chapter 1, we literally see Minato fighting to protect the village. Same with Hiruzen when Orochimaru invades. Like the Hokage consistently defend the village. The only time they haven't is in Two Blue Vortex. Go figure.
I agree.
You can proceed over the village while still being like you could be the leader of the shinobi while being a shinobi. Like, you can be both.
I agree with you. And like Hiruzen is called a shinobi. And then like obviously like the other Hokage are called shinobi as well. But I think it's like there's different uses for that term. Is kind of my point. Like there's the usage of the standing forces who are under the control of the Hokage. Then there's anyone who has anyone who endures, and then there's anyone who like uses ninjutsu. Like Data Book 1 says, ninjutsu are abilities that shinobi use. Then there's like basically anybody who has like taken the path of shinobi essentially, which would qualify for like the Hokage. So that's kind of my point. Is like for like the strongest shinobi statement. In the strongest shinobi in Konoha for like Kakashi, for example, people have deliberated on that for a while.
Yeah, we were going to get to that too.
Well, yeah, well, because it's like,
Kamui,
he probably shouldn't be stronger than the Hokage based on how he like pooped his pants against Orochimaru. So it's probably in that moment referencing the like definition of the standing forces under the control of the Hokage. So I think like for this, the best of the Leaf is probably referencing just them being Jonin. But there's so many different definitions of shinobi that it gets a little bit convoluted.
I still would say that's weird since when they describe the ranks of ninja, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, they do still reference Hokage as like a 4th rank above them all.
Well, actually, so if in Fanbook 1, there is the way that they set up the structure. There's like an organization page, and so like prior to this, you have like Hiruzen's page where it is. Oh, I'm sorry. Right after this, you have Hiruzen's page, but it says Hidden Leaf Village organization chart. And then it says the Konoha Shinobi Society is organized into several units under the control of the Hokage. Each unit has a Jonin or special Jonin in charge of it, and they report to the Hokage and his advisors. So it's telling us that, and then the caption for that is a tightly bound society keeps the elite shinobi working as one unit. So again, the Konoha Shinobi Society is organized into several units placed under the control of the Hokage. So the units are the Shinobi Society, which is placed under the control of the Hokage. So it's separating the Hokage from the Shinobi, which is weird. Totally agree. But that's how they address it in Fanbook 1. And then you have the Hokage part. It says the Hokage controls all of the ninja in Konoha, by far the largest shinobi village. So he's controlling all of the shinobi, which creates another separation.
Yeah, I don't think either of those are weird though. Because as an example, Kakashi would be the leader of Squad 7. He's a part of Squad 7.
But the shinobi organization, which is who the shinobi are, is under the Hokage. So like I think the most important part is the Hokage sits, or I'm sorry,
Naruto's under Kakashi.
That's not the right one. The Konoha Shinobi Society is organized into several units placed under the control of the Hokage. So the Hokage controls or is in charge of the Shinobi Society, which would mean that he's separate from the Shinobi Society in terms of like.
Well, actually, real quick, I think the easiest way we can just look at this is that, well, based off that Hashirama databook statement, they're including Hokage Shinobi because that alive Hashirama is Hokage Hashirama.
Yeah,
totally agree. Which is why I said that like the multiple definitions of Shinobi make it weird. So the way I look at it is like there's capital S Shinobi, and that's like anybody who has like uses ninjutsu, who is somebody who like fights in the way that Shinobi do effectively. Then underline under that Shinobi A, little S Shinobi A is those who are in the military fighting force under the control of the Hokage. Little S Shinobi B, those who endure. Little S Shinobi C, tools for the village to use. Like, so there are multiple definitions of what it means to be a shinobi. So I think that whenever we're looking at a statement about shinobi and like, the best of, or, the strongest of, or whatever, we kind of have to look at the context of it and see which definition it's more likely to be adhering to.
Kamui, if you want to pull up the Kakashi one as well while we're talking about it.
Well, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Based off what they just got done doing in the Search for Tsunade arc, where they're narratively telling the reader the thesis statement of Naruto again about what shinobi are. It's the shinobi are those who endure one. I think that's the one we would have to go with. So anyone who endures, Genma and Rhino are better than any leaf villager who endures.
Well, I mean, why can't it just be in reference to the because like the best of the leaf, right? So if the Jonin are considered the best of the leaf, which Fanbook 1 tells us, then that best of the leaf category would be Jonin.
What's the Fanbook 1 state again? If you can reiterate it.
I got you. I'll find it.
Because I was focusing on the fact that you were saying that the Hokage is like being separated from them in terms of like units or whatever. And I do disagree with that, but that doesn't
under a different definition of shinobi, which again is weird. I don't like it, but that's just
I mean, I had no problem with it.
Okay, so
but go ahead with yours. Good new thing.
Yeah. So here we go. The Jonin one. I grab this. Yeah. So the heart of the village with superhuman skills. These shinobi have reached the peak of the shinobi forces and are the best of the shinobi forces through knowledge and courage. Their purpose to demonstrate their incredible skills on the front line, guiding and training young shinobi and passing on their skills. As long as the Jonin stand firm, Konoha will not fall. But on the same page, it says it has the Konoha ninja ranks. And it says abilities and unique skills determine a shinobi's title. Konoha ninja are divided into 5 main ranks. These are given out based on raw strength and capability, and each rank has different duties and missions. And then it gives the ranks, and it has Hokage, Jonin, Special Jonin, Chunin, Genin, and then under that, Academy students. Academy students are not technically shinobi, but in emergencies have been known to join the fight. So you have
real quick,
2 different definitions of Jonin.
Jonin,
of shinobi on pages that are literally 3 pages apart.
Well, actually, I think there's a way to make it consistent. So when you described about shinobi, or with Jonin, they're the best of the shinobi forces, not just shinobi. if the Hokage isn't part of the shinobi force, he can still be a shinobi, but not the shinobi force.
I agree with that, but then it's like, okay, if the Hokage, if it says that the units, let me just read this one more time. So it says the Konoha Shinobi Society is organized into several units placed under the control of the Hokage. Each unit has a Jonin or special Jonin in charge of it, and they report to the Hokage and his advisors. So the Shinobi Society, which is, by the way, the banner text above this says a tightly bound society keeps the elite shinobi working as one unit. So the society is the shinobi, and they are under the Hokage. So the shinobi make up the shinobi society. The shinobi society is under the Hokage. But then 3 pages later, the Hokage is listed as a shinobi rank. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that
but the Hokage doesn't go on missions either.
Yeah, because I think the way to look at it is that the Jonin and everyone below, they go on missions and they're on the active battlefield of the war most of the time. The Hokage isn't in that position. They're usually either giving the orders, they're still next they get the orders, or they're like a one-man army, like the third Hokage. Yeah. He just fights by himself, whereas everyone else fights on the other battlefield, basically.
Right. So
that's how you get separated from the shinobi forces.
Yeah, that's what's weird to me, though, is because, like, the Shinobi Society is the Shinobi forces. And, like, I mean, not to get overly semantical here, but, like, a society of Shinobi, right, would be a society made up of Shinobi. And, like, the Shinobi Society, so, like, all the Shinobi are under the guy who's the Hokage and, like, report to him. But then he's also called a shinobi elsewhere. But I think for this particular statement, like, because it uses the best of the leaf terminology, I think it's probably in reference to the Jonin. But that's where it gets hairy with, like I was talking about with the Kakashi statement, is you can set, I do think that in some sense, the Hokage is a shinobi, because in the same fan book, it calls Hashirama a shinobi as well. Here, give me just
I think that would be the most consistent, is that the Hokage is a shinobi. And I think if you just call the shinobi, because you have to factor in that, like, while it might seem weird to us, one, I don't know if there's any translation weirdness or if there's any cultural Japanese weirdness, but, like, it might feel a little odd, but it's not completely unreasonable for them to just distinguish the shinobi forces as the people going on the active missions under the Hokage's order, but he can still be a shinobi himself. Because it's more consistent that he's a shinobi. Like, you have this one thing that might make it seem one way, and then you have all 100 other things clearly indicating a Hokage is a shinobi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's by far the most consistent that way.
I would agree that he is a shinobi, but it just depends on how the term is being used. Because, like, if, like, so for example, like, if the one who one who endures is the definition for shinobi in the strongest, shinobi in Konoha statement for Kakashi, then it's like he's stronger than anyone who endures. But it's like, okay, well, if you already have the connotation of enduring, and then I think we agree that Hashirama is stronger than Itachi in a combative sense, but he's like a better shinobi than he is in another sense. And then we have the previous statement with Shikamaru, if that it calls him the strongest man, if that's in reference to, like, emotional fortitude, then you have another alleyway, which is like, okay, well, if it's anyone who endures, the strongest shinobi, quote unquote, could just be the one who endures the most. And, like, for Kakashi, that actually high key makes sense. Like Kakashi went through so much stuff that I think that it would make sense to go that way. I don't think that's the correct interpretation. I think it's talking about the fighting forces of Konoha below the Hokage.
Was.
But yeah.
And this one is too. It's reflecting on the battle.
Yeah.
But that said, if Kamui 30 minutes later wants to go to the Kakashi thing, I'm assuming you were upstairs making food for, like, that whole time, which is why you are.
No, it was just wait, because we kept going back to other things, so I just.
By the way, something to add on to that too in the same fan book on page 14. The Gokage, the 5 ninja that stand at the head of each village. So it's weird. I hate it.
Yeah.
They definitely want Hokage to be ninjas.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, this is Boruto, so we could exclude this anyways, but in anime especially, freaking filler. Naruto's given the interview, I think it's after the Momoshiki fight, he's given the interview, and he's like, well, technically, I'm still a Genin. But, like, so is Hokage a rank above, or is it separate from the ranks? He's saying technically,
right.
So realistically, he's Hokage, but technically he's still but realistically he's Hokage. So it's just so weird, but it's kind of funny.
That's also something I guess he's kind of doubling down on that at that point, because earlier in the manga, he says that, like, it doesn't matter if he ever gets promoted from Genin, he's still going to become Hokage, which implies that Genin can become Hokage, which is what we see with them. So it's like, that's not weird
because we know that Shinobi can jump ranks anyways, because Naruto's still a Genin at the end of part 1, and then Kakashi's going to promote him directly to Jonin, skipping Chunin through his studies.
Neji in the filler arc, he directly jumped to Jonin, and in the manga, we technically don't know, but...
Yeah, the manga we're never told. But yeah, it is weird. So for this one's interesting, because there are a few different routes you can take. You could say that he's stronger than Hiruzen. You could say that, but you could also say that it's in regards to just like the regular, shinobi units fighting forces, or you could say it's in regards to those who endure. I'm not really obviously in line with that last one. I'm more in line with the second one. But if somebody wants to use this to say that Kakashi is stronger than Hiruzen, I'm not mad at it.
Well, it'd be nice if Kamui could zoom
keep in mind, this is data book 1, if I'm not mistaken. And
covers up to
Genma and Raida were stated this after that. So this is the updated answer.
Ooh.
Which is why I think that the best of the Leaf thing, because he's also called... in Data Book 2, there's a similar statement.
Well, Sage, is there any inconsistency with Genma and Raida scaling above Hashirama?
Yeah.
Well, Sage, do you think teamwork is narratively the wrong answer in Naruto?
What do you mean?
Well, Genma and Raida, they use teamwork.
Mm-hmm.
So they should scale above Hashirama.
I would say probably not. No.
It is consistent because Genma, you know how Genma and Raido's teamwork was overcome? By the sound, we're using more teamwork.
Exactly.
So, simple scaling chain here.
Oh, somebody you guys say in the comments?
I guess
they were fatigued. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, you could say massively, which is why I actually have the sound 4 at Chunin level, and not actually special Jonin level. But I would say because I think Hashirama is the strongest Hokage, that should put him above Hiruzen. And the Fanbook 1 Shinobi rankings thing says that they're determined by their raw power and capabilities, like the rankings are. So that should mean that as you go up the rankings, that they get stronger. So I think that if Hashirama is above Hiruzen, that especially old man Hiruzen, right, then he should be above Genma and Raida, who are special Jonin, which would be below the Hokage.
I mean, ignoring ninja, the Hokage itself is also called 5 different things. It's the strongest in the village. It's when people acknowledge you. It's whenever you're elected Hokage. It's a bunch of things.
Yeah, but it does just say that the ranks are determined by your raw strength. So it's or raw power and capabilities, I think is what it says. Let me grab this again. I just need to keep it open to this page.
Well, that's definitely not the case in Two Blue Vortex.
Well, that depends. Which shinobi in the village is actually verifiably above Shikamaru?
Unlimited Kawaki?
I mean, would unlimited Kawaki actually be considered a shinobi?
Yes. Omnipotence. He's Naruto's child. Yes, he is. Is Boruto considered a shinobi in part 1? Yes.
But just being considered, well, that would be up into the point of, I guess, like the time skip. But that's pre-unlimited Kawaki.
Okay, but now that he's unlimited, why is he not currently Hokage?
Because he may not be a shinobi. Well, we know that he.
This would be in universe based on consideration, because it's not like people are secretly Hokage. It's an in universe thing.
I think a better example, honestly, which I agree with you, by the way. But
yeah.
I think a better example would be Kakashi is still the Hokage when Naruto is the strongest dude on the planet.
Yeah.
So it's not like a universal rule, but at least through part 1, which fan book 1 covers most of part 1. Through Konoha Crush. So through at least through fan book 1, the way that shinobi ranks are established is like via power.
Okay. I don't know what Kamui's doing, but he's looking for something.
I wanted to see if the manga said the exact same thing as the anime for a certain scene.
You guys are way more versed on the anime than I am, dude. Like I haven't watched the anime since it was airing.
See, so the anime is what I know. The English dub is what I know word for word. Exactly. And so I have to see if the manga is the same for things.
No, we know it so well. We were literally referencing it mid-debate earlier, like Sakura, the say something versus prove it or point.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure I'm the only one who got it.
Yeah, I heard you chuckle at the time. Yeah, you knew.
We do the Sakura quotes a lot.
Exactly. Kamui, if you wanted to read the Kakashi thing, or if you don't feel like we need to because we've already basically gone over it, then you could read what you said in regards to it in the text chat or whatever.
Kakashi is Konoha's stronger ninja despite Hiruzen and Jiraiya being lead ninja. But it's obviously excluding those two. Why is it obviously excluding them? The Hashirama state is obviously excluding Tento's Obito, Tento's Madara, Kage, Six Pets, Naruto, and Sasuke.
Well, why? That.
I mean, first of all, Kage.
Exactly. Why? The same logic.
Well, hold on. Kage is not a shinobi, so that's why it's not.
Wait. Kaguya endures.
What does she endure?
She endures a lot. She
endured the amount of time she had to wait.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like in a philosophical sense that could be the case, but that may not be what that particular definition of shinobi is referencing.
Well, why would it obviously be excluding that definition?
Well, it doesn't have to obviously be. It just has to more likely be.
I would say weighting wise, it's most likely to be that, since that's the narratively correct answer for what a shinobi is. The most
Why
important
is that
one.
more narratively correct than somebody who uses ninjutsu?
Because it's the thesis statement of the entire series.
Naruto. That's what they're telling us.
I mean, the theme of Naruto is actually bonds. That's stated in fanbook 1.
Well, that's not what we said. Also, bonds isn't a theme. It's just subject matter. That's essentially.
Well, I mean, that's just what when Kishimoto is asked what the theme of the overall story is, he says bonds. I'm just telling you what he said.
Is that a quote, like, directly?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Funny.
Yeah, it's from the interview.
Statement was,
it's from the interview portion of fanbook 1.
It's this right here.
Yeah.
It's kind of like to keep enduring is like a nose to be a ninja. Nice.
This is ending but minus the epilogue chapter. This is the end of the main story, and it's repeating something that was said several times earlier. But this is Sasuke giving us the final answer.
By the way, Sage, I just wanted to clarify something that you misspoke on earlier, and you'll obviously agree with me. It's not that not that Hashirama has Jiraiya's ideology on a shinobi, but that Jiraiya has Hashirama's ideology on a shinobi. Just wanted to make that obviously clear.
Oh, did I say that backwards?
Yeah, you did. But it's fun.
Yeah,
because obviously he would have learned it through Hiruzen, who learned it through Hashirama, or he could have just came up with it on his own.
Hold on, Oodie. Can you prove that Hashirama didn't get it from Jiraiya?
Well, the time slip arc exists, so that makes it a little tricky, but
exactly.
So to go off of
find
this
this.
point, Kamui, you maybe find it from your end, but maybe you could stop sharing screen. I'll just find it on my end. There is something to point to here, and Sage, it's actually going to be your own words. So, and it's going to take me a second to find this, especially with all the extra stuff that's been added in here since I posted it, but in a video. So first of all, okay, this is like a side thing because I thought this was kind of funny. Sage counts curse mark as a jutsu because it's in the data book. What do you think about that?
I count
Sage?
as a jutsu because it's a shinobi technique, which is what
So-
jutsu are.
Well, you're not wrong, but I think it's hilarious to consider the curse mark a jutsu.
Well, okay. So it depends on the way you're saying it, because it is a jutsu from the perspective of Orochimaru putting the curse mark on someone.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
true.
a jutsu from the perspective of Sasuke using it.
But like, I just imagine it's so funny. Like, randomly, you go to like Narutopedia and like you look up all of Sasuke's jutsu. It's like, oh, he has Chidori, the fire style jutsu. But which jutsu? Like Naruto's looking to Sasuke as they're fighting Madara. Like, obviously it can't apply to this case, but like, he's looking to Sasuke when they're fighting. I don't know, Gaara. He's like,
He's
like
using the
Naruto's
curse
like,
mark jutsu.
yeah, which jutsu are you gonna use to beat him, Sasuke? I got one in my back pocket. Don't you worry, Naruto. It's never gonna happen. So I thought that was funny. But ignoring that, so I have proof, based on Sage's own dialogue, that Kaguya is in fact a ninja. And so this is from the J debate. I'm going to change my share screen so you can hear it, and turn on captions as well. Okay, so this is what Sage had to say about this very topic.
The data books have descriptions of them, every single one of them. Data book 4 says the official data book number 4, the greatest ninja secrets revealed, with information on 270 ninja and 232 jutsu. This is the most extensive data book yet. Access in-depth knowledge about the Naruto series. A discussion between Masashi Kishimoto and his first editor about the origin of the story and the story's ninja and jutsu. 33 pages. The Road to Ninja movie, first book release. Shinobi archive section that covers the details of the Great Ninja War, the Otsutsuki clan, and the secrets of the ninja world. So what's being communicated there is the point of this data book, generally, is to inform you on the Naruto series. Same thing for data book 3. Official data.
So all of that was to say that Kaguya's a ninja. She's in the data book.
Why does that lead to the conclusion?
Because
that
you were
she's a
reading
ninja?
off the point of the data book, and the point of the data book is in every way possible only about ninja. In fact, they even
not true. That's not what I
number
said.
them. Well, you were reading
if
it.
you go
off.
back if you go back 10 or if you go back 10 seconds, you'll
I'll
hear
go
that
back
I
this way.
said there's a separate part where it talks about the Otsutsuki clan, and then
Yep.
that
right there.
it lists 200 and I think 70 ninja.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to reference. Have you counted
included
them?
in that?
Did you say
No, I
she's
have not,
included or
actually.
excluded? Okay, well, you haven't counted
I
it.
didn't- I
Argument
didn't
from
say-
ignorance.
I didn't say one way or the other. Yeah, the reason why I assert that this puts him over like One-Eye Jubidara is because Jubidara is actually called a shinobi in that same exact data book. But I wouldn't assert that somebody who's not called that is a shinobi, especially
Wait a
when
minute, though.
the data books delineate between like the Otsutsuki and the shinobi forces.
So I'll double check the Jubidara point, but I got a question for you.
Yes.
Is
Hold on, really
Jubito
quick. Do you
ever
want me to
called a
go ahead?
shinobi?
Yeah. One-Eye Jubito. Yeah.
When is he called a shinobi in the data book?
And in the Night Guy data book page, I got you.
Well, by the way, really quick,
Wait,
that just instantly
He says
debunks the whole
Jubito
thing.
is not. Why is Night
Oh
Guy
no, I'm
referencing?
sorry. I thought you said Jubidara.
Yeah, well, real quick, because
Jubito, is he ever called a shinobi in the data books?
I'm not sure in the data books. I haven't looked into that, but I would imagine. So you'd have to look at like what the what the symmetry breaker, I guess, would be between like why he's no longer a shinobi, but Madara still is.
But Sage,
So
I don't
if
think
there's
that.
no
Whereas
symmetry breaker there, then you
it's
can say
definitely a
it's
podcast topic,
for the sake of the debate, we wouldn't need to discuss it. We just not called it. But also, real quick, I'm just gonna put this in Sage debates. Just thoughts, Sage. If we can just all read the line about, it's the last line of the big paragraph. Oodie, if you want to just share your screen, share screen.
Even Madara's right side, the strongest ninja of all, was completely destroyed.
Yeah, the strongest ninja of all.
Yeah, that data book page is in reference to a particular event that happens in the manga. I think he is the strongest ninja of all of the ones who were present at that time.
Well, it doesn't say of all that are present. It just says
I mean,
all.
It doesn't have to, because you already have the fact that it's referencing a particular technique and in specific a particular moment. So you can, whereas like the Hashirama statement's not referencing a particular moment. So that would be the symmetry breaker here. This is referencing a particular moment in time during the story, whereas Hashirama's isn't. So you can say that this could be in reference to this particular moment.
The problem with that, and that does get back to Genma and Raito being the best of the Leaf, and that does apply to this as well. So again, you're using a live Hashirama, correct? Is the strongest.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
A live Hashirama doesn't exist in chapter 691.
Yep.
So he's not the strongest.
So
in the current 691 chapter.
Why?
Because he's not alive.
It can be talking about. It can be talking about like. So one of the things that you guys said when we were breaking this down. Let me find this.
So Sage, as of 691, who is the strongest shinobi in chapter 691?
Well, up to the point of 691, which is where Data Book covers. I think that like peak prime Hashirama is the strongest shinobi.
But that's to say that nobody's surpassed him ever since then, which is different, and that's why this current argument matters.
If nobody has ever surpassed him up to that point, then that would mean that he remains the strongest shinobi up to that point.
But Sage, that doesn't make sense based on this when we have statements prior to 691 about shinobi being the strongest shinobi.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I was reading the messages from you and Hobbs.
It doesn't make sense for Hashirama to never have been surpassed as of chapter 691 when there's statements before 691 of other characters being the strongest shinobi.
The strongest shinobi in a data book file that's referencing a particular moment. He's the strongest shinobi in that moment on that battlefield. Hashirama is not there. So like that data book file is referencing a particular moment in a particular battle. So you can say in that particular moment on in that particular battle of the people who were participating, Jubidara was the strongest of all of them.
No, I agree with Kamui. It's not saying that he's the strongest in this battle. That's just your interpretation of this.
Yeah, because like, whereas
why not?
This would apply regardless. If it's all time, it would also apply to now. It could theoretically just be now, but it's saying strongest ninja of all. It's definitely not saying it's specifically now. It's at least equally likely to interpret of all time. I mean, it's literally got the of all. We can translate this full thing to see.
Because if we're going to semantically say that the is in the Hashirama data book is in reference to current time, as in chapter 691, then of all would just transcend that.
Why would that transcend that? It can be of all of the people who were present when this in the moment that this data book page is being captioned.
So, but then if we're saying that Hashirama's legacy is transcending time to where that strength was never surpassed, then that Hashirama's strength level would be present in this moment.
He's not on that battlefield. So if it's the
alive, Hashirama isn't physically there, but his strength level would be known to be there.
If it's talking about the people who are in the fight with Madara, Guy, Kakashi, Minato, Lee, Gaara, talking about that, then that would exclude Hashirama. If it's saying, because again, this data book page is captioning a specific moment in time, right? So in this specific moment in time, on that battlefield, in the context of the scene that it's captioning, he would be the strongest.
Why did? Oh gosh,
You good?
my headphones just died. That was so weird.
We still hear you.
Yeah,
if you
sorry,
can hear
the
us.
headphones just died. That was
Can you still
really
hear us?
jarring. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. If anything, you sound better. So keep your headphones dead.
Yeah, you sound different. I just
Weird,
it threw me off.
I had the
Like,
noise canceling on my headphones.
Oh,
And
that's
so
funny.
when they died, it like I could hear myself in like 500 times volume.
Yeah. Did you want to reiterate that argument, or do you want me to go?
Yeah,
sorry.
So this data book page, this data book file, is describing something that happens in a particular place on a particular battlefield between particular people. So when it's calling him the strongest of all, with that context, it could be in reference to the people who were in that particular time, on that particular battlefield, in that particular battle.
So the problem with that is that's a very specific and unlikely interpretation of this, whereas it's possible, it's not plausible, considering all the other more plausible interpretations. But also, I would argue, once again, Hashirama's strength level, which is what this would be in reference to, would still be there.
So if it's in reference to the people on this battlefield at that time, Hashirama would not be considered. If it's saying he is the strongest of all of the people who were fighting right then and there, Hashirama is not fighting right then and there.
Yeah, if it's saying that, but it's, first of all, it's not saying that. Second of all, it's not likely to be saying that.
Why is it unlikely? What lowers the probability of that?
Kamui, you want to take that one?
So what you said again?
Oodie? It's not likely to be in reference to specifically the people that are there, and that's why it would be less likely, because it's way too specific of an interpretation. Just a random interpretation.
Wait, but why is that unlikely though? It being a specific interpretation doesn't make it less likely.
I'll just say whatever modus ponus things earlier, modal realism.
It's not really a debate argument, but like practically speaking, they probably would have like worded it differently if they were going to hyper focus on the only ninja that they're fighting. Like there's like 3 people there. They probably would have like worded it. But realistically, it would have, just again, this is not really a debate argument, but practically speaking, it's at least referring to the present people in general there. But
I mean, so here's my thing. So these are all arguments that I have ran through like in my head while rationalizing this Hashirama position.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was aware of this, and this is something that I used to like put him above like Jubito in the past. But we know that data book files, like we'll get like the little like images next to them, and they caption particular moments in time. That happens here. You get the image of the like night guy ability being used, and so in those contexts, like there are plenty of instances where we see like these particular images being captioned, and it's talking about this thing that's happening here at this time, right? So I think that could be what's going on here. I also don't think it's unfair to say that this could be talking about all of the people who were in the war and the versions of them that were in the war. Because I think that this version of Madara is above, Edo Hashirama. I think that's fair. But to the fact that we have 2 statements existing in the same exact data book, calling somebody the strongest shinobi, and one of them is in a jutsu file that is captioning a specific moment in time, and the other one is not, leads me to believe that the one that is captioning a specific moment in time is either in regards to that specific moment in time, or they're both the strongest. There's no real other way around that, outside of like if the translation's incorrect for the Hashirama statement, or if there's any contradictions to him being the strongest. But this wouldn't produce an inherent contradiction or a likely contradiction unless you can establish that it's more likely to be talking about all shinobi throughout all of time, which I don't think there's a probability raiser for that. Or if you're saying that like they're both the strongest, like I think that is fine as well. But there's no probability raiser, at least that I've thought of, or that's been presented here, to say that this is all shinobi throughout all of time, as opposed to either all of the shinobi on the battlefield at that time, or all of the shinobi throughout the war.
But Sage, the problem with that is what you're saying completely disregards probability to assume that what you're saying has to be that because of what you said, when there's multiple possibilities. So yeah, I would agree. If it just ended here, 50-50 chance of all time or of all the people here, yeah, that's equal interpretation, fine. But there's other than specific nuances of all the people on the battlefield or all the people that are physically present, as opposed to like all the other like things that you're saying of the war versus like there's way too many here to where it's like, okay, now you're at like a 1 out of 6 possibility and we're saying it has to be that one, basically. Not really, but you get what I'm saying. So you don't like,
well, no, I'm saying that there are multiple possibilities and only one of them would contradict my position. So if there are multiple possibilities,
like
yeah. So, and then also like for like parsimony's sake, if you read that statement and you say, this means this, like when it says the strongest of all, it means the strongest of all shinobi throughout all of time. That back part of that is an assumption. If you say this is for all shinobi who are on the battlefield at that time or who fought in the war at that time, those both carry one assumption. So they're all equally parsimonious. None of them are making more assumptions which are unfounded. They're all making unfounded assumptions. So like via parsimony even, they're all equal in terms of that. So and again, I think like if you have, if the conversation is this a contradiction to the Hashirama statement, proving that it's, in reference to something else, and we've listed 4 different possibilities for what this statement could mean, all of which line up equally in terms of parsimony, then if we're trying to decide if it's a contradiction, more of those positions line up with my interpretation of the Hashirama statement than not. Only one of them contradicts it throughout all of time.
The problem is you're narrowing it down to this very specific hyper niche possibility by saying it is including the people on the battlefield, but it's excluding the people who aren't physically present. So you're including some stuff and excluding other stuff to get to this interpretation.
Yeah, but so I'm saying this could be in reference to either all the people on the battlefield at that time, because the data book is capturing that moment in that time, or it's in reference to all of the shinobi who fought in the war, or your possibility, or it's in reference to all shinobi throughout all of time. So we have 3 possibilities, right? Yours assumes that it's in reference to all shinobi throughout all of time. Mine assumes that it's in reference to just the people in that battle, or the other position assumes it's in reference to all the people in the war. So they're all making one assumption, that it's in reference to a particular group of people, either all people or this set of people or that set of people. So there's no inherent probability raiser based on like the assumptions that would be made. They're all making an additional assumption that's not present in the text. I would just argue that like my position, it matches in parsimony, but I think it's greater in pragmatism because that particular data book statement is captioning a particular moment in time in a particular battle. So if that data book statement is referencing that, right, then why can't that part of that data book statement also be referencing that?
So, Sage, we agree that the reason this would be included in the first place, because you don't need this sentence with this here. You could have just excluded this and just say even Madara's right side was completely destroyed. They're trying to convey information to us here. I'm sure you would at least agree with that. So, yeah. What is the most reasonable way for us English speakers to conclude of what they're trying to convey to us? And again, your interpretation is very hyper niche to where I think it's unreasonable to assume that they're trying to convey this specific path to the reader, including some things and excluding some things, when they're not saying that, which is why I think that'd be a very weird interpretation to convey that information.
They're also not saying it throughout all of time either.
No, but when you say the strongest ninja of all, it would sort of just be the default reasonable assumption for saying that colloquially.
Why?
Because colloquially, that's the most
stro-
used.
You can say the
version.
strongest, like you can say the strongest ninja of all, and just mean the people who are alive on the planet. So you can reduce it to that. Why can't you reduce it further?
Say that again.
Like you can say the strongest ninja of all, and it be in reference to all the people who are alive, right? So why can't you reduce it further? Because that's a reduction.
Okay,
that's
so
a reduction.
The reason I
throughout
asked you
all
to say
of
that
time.
again is because that word. The S one, the specific one, specificity. There we go. I said it right that time. Yeah. So the problem with that is it's not clear if you would be misunderstood or not, and it would be under the assumption, if you would be understood, that everyone would already understand that context. It's left out here to where it is ambiguous, to where either side can make the case, and that's the problem.
Well, if either side can make the case and they're both taking the same amount of assumptions in order to make their case,
Then we
they're
would go with the
equally
more
parsimonious.
reasonable interpretation.
Well, you establish reason in the same way you establish plausibility, which is by adding a preponderance of evidence to either support your side or detract from the opposing side. So from what we have equal parsimony across the board with no additional evidence for your side to support that yours is more likely.
Well, hang on. That's not
And
true.
by the way,
because...
this is the RAWs for that, by the way. So like all of that is captioning what happened in that fight. Like those images, rather.
So when you... I wish you didn't say the last part because you really threw me out there.
Yeah.
When you would... Generally, when you talk to someone, you would exclude information that you believe the other person would already understand.
Especially Japanese.
Especially in Japanese, where it's a context-heavy language. So, with that being said, the fact this is left off here tells me this is clear enough from the writer's perspective that they didn't need to specify that. And I think what you're alluding to is way too hyper niche specific to where they would have included it if that's the interpretation they were going down. Whereas for mine, they don't need to include it if that's what they're trying to allude to.
I mean, I think they would, because like if I say like oranges are the greatest fruit of all, that doesn't mean that I'm comparing them to prehistoric fruit.
But prehistoric fruit doesn't currently exist, and I fully understand that current context.
Yeah, Hashirama doesn't currently exist either.
Well, that's not the point of what I was getting at.
Well, so what you're saying is, you said that the context of throughout all of time doesn't have to be included because it can be automatically assumed. But if I say fruit, like that oranges are the greatest fruit of all, you're not going to just naturally assume that I mean better than all prehistoric fruit.
So again, there would be context.
Like that's an automatic exclusion.
There would be context of the specific moment that you would be saying it.
Right. But like, what's the context here that points to throughout all of time? Because I think the context of, if you look at the data book page, it's captioning that specific fight, the things that happen specifically in it, right?
Well, no, the strongest ninja in all would be in reference to Madara's right side, not in reference to Night Guy or the moment thereof.
Well, it just says he like kicked Madara and almost like he blew off his side. Madara, the strongest ninja of all, right?
Well, Kamui, I was sort of segueing you to make that one argument that I know you want to make.
Well, they're identifying Madara as the strongest shinobi of all, right? We agree on that. What we disagree on is what time frame we're speaking about, because you're saying, well, it should be naturally assumed that this means all shinobi throughout all of time. I disagree with that. I don't think that there's any evidence to suggest that it's all shinobi throughout all of time. And I gave an example with oranges where it's like, if I say this is the greatest fruit of all, you assume I'm talking about like modern fruit. You don't assume that I'm talking about prehistoric fruit. If I say, like, even like basketball conversations, people will delineate between X basketball player is the best player or the best NBA player. And
but if you say LeBron is the best player of all, I
say
think
he's
most
if
people
I
are
say
gonna
he's
think all the time.
Yeah.
well, if I say LeBron's
Colloquially.
the best player of all time, that's different. And then you communicate that as well. Versus if I say LeBron's the best player of all the NBA players. If I say he's the best player of all.
Yeah, but
right?
you added the NBA players. If you just
Well,
cut it
he-
up,
he would-
he's
well,
the
he
best
would-
player of all.
Well, he would be compared to the other NBA players automatically. So if I say LeBron is the best player of all, like I don't know what you're talking about. That's different than me saying LeBron is the best player of all time, because best player of all could be in reference to all of the players who are currently playing.
So I'm not going to use this as an argument per se, but personally, if somebody said that, I would ask for clarification, like, which are you saying? But if
I agree.
it just wasn't possible to ask them, then my instinct would lead to all time because they added the of all.
That's how
And
it's
I would say that's
colloquially
more
used.
likely. I think at least it'd be more likely they're trying to say of all time. But I would ask because they got so close to saying it. I was like, well, did you mean all time or just now?
Well, but you would accept though if somebody's communicating LeBron is the greatest basketball player of all time, they usually say of all time. If they say like a UFC fighter, if they say John Jones is the best fighter of all time or in UFC history, right? They specifically add that at the end. Whereas if you just say like whenever Khabib was at his peak, if you're like Khabib Nurmagomedov is the best fighter of all, that doesn't necessarily communicate or even likely communicate that they're talking about throughout all of UFC history. It can just be in reference to the people who are currently fighting, like all of the current UFC fighters. So I agree. The reason, which by the way, Kamui, the reason why you would ask for clarification there is because typically when people make statements in regards to throughout history or throughout all of time, they say it. So the fact that that's not being said here,
that's not typically the case.
Kind of hurts that position.
I disagree with that.
Can you give me an example of like a popular usage of somebody saying something is the best of all time without saying all time?
We just did through LeBron. Well, you did.
No, but
That's
Kamui just specifically said if somebody said that LeBron is the best of all, he would ask for clarification.
If he could.
Because because people tend to say the best of all time whenever they are referencing somebody who's the best of all time. So if that's the common usage of that, and we agree on that, then that common usage not being used here either makes it less likely to be the case or at least neutral.
So, okay, this is more of a question or a thought-provoking statement than it is an argument, but because this is taken from Japanese and translated, and assuming for a moment that Japanese doesn't use the same of all-time phrasing style thing as English, they have a different way of saying it, it's entirely possible that this translation is doing a direct translation of the Japanese, which directly translates to of all, but the Japanese way of saying it would mean of all time, if that makes sense. I don't know, because I don't know the Japanese. But if Oodie wants to look at it real quick, you did post it. But
so you correct me if I'm wrong, but says when I looked up Japanese translation for best of all time, it says it depends on context, but a common phrase for best ever or greatest is Reikidai Saikyo. So if you were to say the best player of all time, you would say Reikidai Saikyo no Senshu.
Well, this is funny, Sage. So this is Sarani, so like moreover, or like in addition to that, whatever. Saikyo, the best, no, Shinobi, De Aru. Hey, Sage, you recognize De Aru? You recognize Dearu? It's is just like the Hashirama one.
The is, yeah.
So
is, right?
So it's saying Madara is the greatest Shinobi. That's all it's saying.
Yeah, but does it not say of all? So is that not even in there?
It's not even in there now.
Okay, so I think that actually helps my position. The fact that it doesn't even say.
Well, no, it means that it would mean that like if you want to say Hashirama is the greatest shinobi, you would have to at least concede Madara is equally the greatest shinobi.
Well, so this is why I pointed out the difference in context, because the Hashirama statement is not captioning a particular moment in time. It's in a data book file talking about his Hashirama cells being used throughout multiple points in time, actually. And so that it's not timestamp dependent. Whereas this data book statement is in a data book file for the night guy, which the images there that are being captioned are from a particular moment in time, a particular fight that took place. So I don't even think it's unreasonable to say that even if you don't like he was the strongest in this particular fight at this particular time, even if you say he's like the strongest of all living shinobi, I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's a bad interpretation either. Like if he was the strongest shinobi at this point in time, but Hashirama at his peak was stronger than that, those statements can coexist. If it's like Hashirama is the strongest shinobi, like pinnacle of shinobi throughout all of time, right? And then you have a time dependent thing it's dependent towards not only this moment in this battle, but also for the Fourth War, or even modern times. This could be applied to just modern times, just the war, or just this fight, without any extra context being necessary.
So
I think it's in reference to this particular fight, because I think when he becomes the Jubi Jinchuriki, that's whenever he becomes the strongest shinobi on the battlefield. So I think it's in reference to at least the war. But the fact that we have two statements which call them the strongest shinobi, and one of them is timestamp dependent and the other one's not, at least in terms of the data book pages that they come on, I think it makes it more reasonable to assume if you have to pick one being time dependent, it's this one.
So, but I do disagree with that logic that Hashirama, based on chapter 691 or whatever data book, it's a general statement. He's saying that he's never being surpassed. So as of all time, Hashirama is the strongest as of 691. Where it's saying here, at a specific moment in time before 691, Madara is the strongest. Mm-hmm. So Hashirama is not the strongest at this moment. So he was surpassed.
Well, no. So if it's saying that his level has never been surpassed, like he's the strongest at his peak, that level has never been surpassed. But it's saying in this statement, because it's timestamp dependent based on the data book file and how it's structured, that at this point in time, he was the strongest because peak Hashirama is no longer around. Peak Hashirama is not the measuring stick here.
But again,
peak Hashirama, all of the other shinobi who are alive or present.
Peak Hashirama isn't around in chapter 691.
Right, which is why I think it's in reference to his peak power not being surpassed, as you and Hobbs alluded to.
But that can't work though, based on this.
Ood, I just explained why it can work though. So if his level has never been surpassed, and this statement is only considering people who are alive or present in this battle, it would not be considering Hashirama. It would be so the Hashirama statement would be comparing to all people throughout all of time, all shinobi throughout all of time. Whereas this one would be comparing Madara to all of the people who are either currently living or all of the people who are on the battlefield.
So I would translate this as Madara is the greatest shinobi there is.
Got you. Well, if it's there is, then that's even more context dependent.
How so?
Because if it's captioning this fight at this particular point in time, then that would mean that he's the strongest shinobi there is at this point in time.
Oh my god!
Because Jubi Dar is not around at 691 either.
No, but no. When I said is, again, that's not me saying present tense the way I was meaning it. I was meaning Madara is the strongest shinobi who exists.
Yeah, Peak Hashirama does not exist during the Night Guy fight. So again, one statement, definitively not context dependent, because the data book page offers no context dependent context. I didn't mean to say context, not timestamp dependent, or time period dependent, I should say. So there's no context in the Hashirama data book page, which leads us to believe that statement even could just apply to a particular time frame. There's nothing in there that indicates that. Whereas we do see with the like databook Jutsu files in particular, that they caption particular moments in time, describe how the ability is being used, describe who it's being used against, and they talk about it like in the framework of that particular moment. Whereas the Hashirama databook statement doesn't talk about it in a particular moment. It just states it as a fact. Like just a straightforward fact.
No, it's not stating it as a fact. It's saying if it were true, this is one piece to support that if it could be true.
That's not what it says. It says the fact that.
No, it's lawyer speak. I completely disagree with that. Kamui was agreeing with you, but I disagree with that.
There's no if it were true in that kanji. You just made that up.
What I'm saying is it's one piece of evidence to support the fact.
Yes, it's one piece of evidence to support the fact that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi.
That's lawyer speak, though. So why would they include one piece of evidence to support? Why not just saying it's a fact that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi? Why would they not just say that?
Well, if I say LeBron scored the most points in NBA history, this is one piece of evidence towards the fact that he's the greatest player in NBA history. It's but just saying subjective. This is a notable thing that Hashirama has that led to him being the strongest shinobi ever.
So evidence is something that's unconfirmed. It's like a hypothesis. That's so if you were to say, here's one of the reasons why this person is the strongest, that person's the strongest. If you were to say, here's evidence to support that person being the strongest, that person's not confirmably the strongest.
Well, it's to support the evidence. To support the
fact the key part. It's the support versus is. If you just say, here's evidence that proves this, or here's evidence that this is the case, would be different from this. Here's evidence.
What it says is this is one piece of evidence to support, or that word can be translated to corroborate, same kind of thing. The fact that Hashirama is the strongest shinobi.
Yeah, so to corroborate it's not saying it is the fact. It's a corroborated fact.
If LeBron is the greatest basketball player of all time, let's assume it's a fact, and I say he scored the most points in NBA history, this is one piece of evidence to support the fact that he is the greatest player in NBA history.
So from the viewers,
hold on. That doesn't detract from the idea of it being a factual conclusion. The fact that it says the fact that indicates that the statement that is following is a fact.
It does detract from it, though, because it's not written from some omniscient perspective. Someone had to have written this. And so it's from the readers, or from the speaker's perspective.
It's written by Kishimoto.
Well, that's an argument.
It is. The data books are written by Kishimoto. He's listed as the author next to the publication date. It's not the has Hobbs never talked to you about this?
No, I've seen your video. Do you think that Kishimoto has written everything in every data book?
Maybe.
During publication of the Naruto series?
If he's the author, and we know for a fact that whenever there are official Shueisha published materials for the Naruto verse that are considered canon even, that are written by somebody else, they attribute it to the person who wrote it, i.e. the novels. Jun Asaka is listed as the author. Kishimoto is not. He's listed as the creator.
Again, I've seen the video.
But that would lead to the idea, or provide evidence for the idea that Kishimoto did in fact write these, because if he didn't, we already have a precedent set that they would attribute it to the correct author.
Direct proof against that would be the Boruto series. When Kodachi's fired, Kishimoto's listed as the author, despite admitting later on that he didn't write it.
When did he admit that he didn't write anything?
France interview.
I've read the France interview. He doesn't say that. He says he's not currently writing it.
He says, by all means, this is Ikimoto's manga. He doesn't even know it's going to happen. Right. He wrote less than 3% of the outline for the original series.
Brother, that's after the time skip.
Ikimoto took over in chapter 51.
Yeah.
Or 55 or whatever it is.
Well, just really quick. So Kishimoto took over after, during the fight with Ishiki, around chapter 53 or whatever chapter that is, and then finished part 1, and then Ikimoto took over for part 2. So whenever he's saying this is his manga, he's writing it and illustrating it, That's a true statement because that France interview took place after the time skip. He never says that he never wrote anything in Boruto.
So, well, actually, I'm gonna correct both of you because you're both wrong. So, what happened was it wasn't crediting Kishimoto as the author after Kodachi was fired. It just kept saying creator supervisor the same way. All they did was remove script writer Kodachi on all those chapter covers. What was said was those Twitter posts that were saying, oh, now that Kodachi's leaving, we're going to return to Kishimoto's original script. His original manuscript. What is that original manuscript? It's the 3% thing Oodie's referencing. It's the thing that Kodachi was either not using or he was using, and they're just saying nothing. But we do know from the France interview, Kishimoto didn't take over. They never actually said he took over. They were just very misleading and heavily implied he was taking over, but he didn't. The France interviews make it clear. Ikimoto took over when Kodachi left.
Yeah.
Kishimoto didn't change what he was doing at all.
So
it's just Ikimoto took that spot.
Yeah, so two things. I would say none of this points to the idea that Kishimoto never took over. But I do think
he makes it clear in the interview he didn't.
Well,
because Ikimoto's literally saying things. Ikimoto's saying, yeah, I came up with Ada and Damon. I came up with Omnipotence. I'm the one who did all these things. I introduced Kawaii. He's stealing Kodachi's work in this interview.
Exactly.
I mean, just because he came up with those ideas doesn't mean he was doing the script writing. But even then, like it doesn't really matter for the point, because if Kishimoto's never credited as the author, then it doesn't work against the precedent. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that any of this shows that Kishimoto didn't take over, but I mean, it does.
If he did, he would have been credited for it.
Yeah. No, I would. That's where I was going to go with that. Is that if he had, then I do think they would have listed him as the author. I think maybe they had a team working together, and maybe that's why they didn't list an author.
So that right there confirms, though, that other people write things that they don't get credit for in Naruto.
How do we know that?
Based on what
they didn't credit. Technically speaking, well, there's two ways of looking at this. One. Especially for the Viz release, Ikimoto wasn't getting credit as the scriptwriter for that second half of part 1, or the second, the last 3/8 of part 1, because they were just saying art by Ikimoto, and they weren't crediting anyone for the writing.
Yeah.
Now, in Japanese, technically just says manga by Ikimoto, which it's kind of referring to the art, but it's also, you would be able to include. The difference is that the way that they say it in Boruto is manga by, whereas for like Kishimoto, it would just say by. It wouldn't specify the parts. So they're kind of not crediting Ikimoto then, whereas now, I don't know what they do in TBV now. I have to double check. But and then when it comes to the France interview, they're just not crediting Kodachi for anything he did.
I mean, either way, if they're just not crediting a writer, obviously, we would agree the Boruto story was written. Somebody had to do it. So that right there tells you either they're uncredited entirely, or it's either Kishimoto or Ikimoto.
Well,
in which case, you would
here's the thing,
credit that role to them.
If Kishimoto's already being credited in the like original story, supervision, whatever, they may have just decided not to add author on there. That's one thing, because we don't know.
It's not that they're not deciding to add it. It's that it was removed. It was already there, and they took it out.
Well, no, Kodachi. Yeah. So Kodachi was writing it, and then whenever Kodachi stopped writing it, we have Kishimoto still credited. Not as I haven't seen this, but I'm just going to.
I remember. Okay. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, but we do have a precedent for this, not in Naruto, but in Kishimoto's work. So look at Samurai 8 or Death Note or plenty of other examples. What they do there is art by, which would be Ikimoto, or manga by Ikimoto, and it would say story by Kishimoto. If he was the creator and the writer, they would just say story by.
Yeah.
Right. Well, so with my point on it was, if somebody else, because again, it could have been like, Kishimoto could have taken over, and they just didn't feel the need to add him as a credit on there because he's already credited as like the series creator and stuff like that. Which I don't. Can you find that for me as well? The
but I mean, the fact they don't feel the need indicates that the creator can be indicated as the writer in that case, because either way, they're still, well, I don't think that really is true, because again, they're going from 3 credits to 2 credits when the same amount of work is being done.
Right. So if
What do you want me
one
to
of
find,
the people,
Sage?
the what shows that he wasn't like that nobody's credited as the author for the latter half of Boruto.
Okay, yeah.
But so here, this is the point though. I think the precedent still stands because when someone else, or when someone is credited as the author for it, I should say, the correct person is credited. If Kishimoto did not author something and someone else did, and you get an author credit on there, it's given to the person who wrote it. So you see this with the novels. You see this with like the short mangas that we get, like the manga adaptation of the Sasuke Retsuden story. They specifically credit the person who wrote it. If they have an author credit on there, it goes to the right person. They have an author credit on the data books, it goes to Kishimoto. If somebody else wrote those data books, because the author credit is there, they would credit the right person because that's what they've done throughout all of their material. I think even in the case, like even if we assume that Ikimoto was writing it, it's not miscredited. So the argument, or the precedent that I'm trying to set is that when an author is listed for a particular work in Naruto canon, the correct person is listed. And if Kishimoto is not the author, a different author will be listed.
So would you argue it's miscredited if Kishimoto is credited as the supervisor but isn't supervising?
Well, I don't think that he's not supervising. I think that it depends. Supervising is a loose term because
why do we
what
think
he says is that he reads it. Well, he reads it at the end of every month before it goes out. I think that's a form of supervision.
Okay, so that's how you interpret that.
He says in the interview that he's going to find out at the same time as us.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think he says at the same time. He says I'm reading it just like you guys, meaning that it's not something that he's working on directly anymore. But there was one of the interviews.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't even know what's going to come out in it, then he's definitely not supervising it.
Well, I mean, if he's reading it before it goes to publication, then he would be effectively supervising it. He wouldn't be like supervising the creation of it, but he would be supervising what makes publication. So like if they write something that he just totally disagrees with and he's really vehemently passionate that it should not make it in, if he's reading it before it goes out, I think he would have the ability to be like, hey, no, this is not happening.
But Sage, I feel like that's also
why I said supervised is kind of a loose term.
That's also an unreasonable interpretation, in my opinion. If they're only writing supervision, they probably mean on the manga, not on the publication. Otherwise, they would probably specify that, since that would be like a specific thing for the colloquial use of how that's used.
Well, you would be supervising the manga if you're reading the manga before it goes to publication.
That's just semantics.
That's assuming Kishimoto is doing that.
Exactly.
Well, that's what it said in the. Let me see if I can find this, because I don't have all of the interviews. But
go ahead, Colin.
I posted the images. There's a random image from Blanco in between the last one, but of the different chapter covers. So this is chapter 60. I just took a random one. This is Kodark. This is after Kodachi left. So you can see creator supervisor, Masashi Kishimoto, art, Mikio Ikimoto. So we'll come back to this after in a minute. Then chapter 43, this is when Kodachi's still there. You have Masashi Kishimoto, art Miku Ikimoto, script Ukyo Kodachi. And then, regardless of what you think about well, actually, let's jump all the way down to Samurai 8 for a second. You have to leave that. Samurai 8, you have art by Akira Okubo, and then story by Masashi Kishimoto.
Yeah, and the story by is also, that story by is also, by the way, what you get with the original Naruto manga.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with the Boruto stuff,
I think Naruto just says by Kishimoto because he does everything, but I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure the video games open with original story by Kishimoto.
Yeah, it'll tell you like
just chapter 1 of Naruto.
The original,
Sure.
So for the Boruto stuff, whenever it says when they remove the scriptwriter portion, I think they're probably assuming that you're gonna think Kishimoto is writing it, but if Kishimoto is not writing it, they don't want to credit the wrong, or they don't want to credit the wrong person, because it's actually illegal in publication practices in Japan to do that. That's something I actually looked into whenever I was doing that short about the. I think maybe I put a scan in there for that. I may not have, but whenever they were, whenever I was looking into that, I looked into like publication practices and laws for intellectual property for Japan and manga in general. And for intellectual property, if somebody has written a story or if they're working as a writer on a particular thing, they have to be credited legally. If you
I'm glad to say
yeah, well, I mean, just according, I mean, they could be breaking the law. That could be the case.
I mean, one thing's for sure, they definitely don't want to credit Kodachi.
Yeah,
quick,
might have, honestly, that might have been the case. It might have been the fact that Kodachi did script write the rest of those, or like maybe he script wrote them for like maybe just outlines or whatever, and then they changed stuff along the way, so there was no singular writer, like there was prior. Like that could have been the case, but the precedent still would stand that when an author is credited, if somebody else is writing it, the correct author will be credited, which leads to the conclusion that it's the correct author being credited for the data books.
So actually, though, there's a counter to that. If you go to the TBV one, Oodie,
which is the Kurama one, this is indisputably by Ikimoto. It's credited exactly the same way as that Codarc one.
Yeah, I mean, what I said was
Art.
If an author is credited, then the correct person is credited. Is there an author credited there?
No.
Okay, cool. So the precedent still stands. If an author is credited with writing a particular piece of fiction for the Naruto world, the correct author is credited. If no author is credited, who knows who wrote it? I don't know.
But we do know who wrote it because they told us in the interview it's all Ikimoto.
Well, from what point though?
In TBV, especially, he's doing it.
Well, I agree with that, but like, does that apply?
This is a TBV cover.
What chapter is this? I know, but which chapter is this?
Okay, I'll go pull up the most recent one for you.
What I'll say, well, Kamui's looking for that. Let me just get rid of this. Is that also just another thing on this page? Let me just make another circle.
Oops. What just happened?
Again, relevant versus irrelevant data set, or well, visible versus invisible data set, I guess. We can see everything inside the circle, and everything inside the circle is consistent, but we can't see what we just don't see. And so if there are inconsistencies here, we don't know.
Did you? Okay, well, so I get what you're saying, but that only matters if I claim that there are no inconsistencies. So, like if I were to say Hashirama is the strongest shinobi based on this statement, and because there are no contradictions to this, we have to take the statement at face value. Then I'd be making a claim that there are no contradictions to this, and it would be on me to prove, which would be really difficult. That's not what I'm claiming.
Quick.
Go ahead.
Well, this is going to be a good contrast. So, Oodie, if you go to the most recent two images I post.
Okay.
So, the top one is Naruto. This is what they did for Naruto. Story and art by Masashi Kishimoto. Now, chapter 27 of Tubu Vortex. I think we agree Ikimoto is... This is after the France interview. He's still writing it, right?
I mean, I would imagine he is, yeah.
At least one of the chapters. Because I'll tell you right now, I've looked every single chapter. It's consistently always been this way since Kodachi left. Every single one.
Well,
he wrote at least one chapter.
Understand? Well, do you understand why this doesn't go against the precedent that I set, though?
What's the precedent you set again?
The precedent I set is if an author is credited, it's the correct author. So if no author is credited, it doesn't fall into the precedent. So it would be irrelevant to the argument that I made.
Yeah, so I didn't state the argument from ignorant fallacy, but that's what this would be.
So are we just going to agree they're breaking the law?
Well, no. So here's the thing. Whenever it says that they have to be credited, but it doesn't say how they have to be credited.
Yeah, they have,
which
they
is
don't have
really
to be credited
interesting.
for the right things.
Right. So because he's already being credited for the art, I imagine maybe they're like, yeah, we don't have to do it.
That's so stupid, though.
It's really dumb. I totally get you. But basically what the law prevents is the wrong person being credited for somebody else's work. So if they were to list Kishimoto as the writer on this and Ikimoto's writing it, that would be illegal.
I do have a way to get around that, though.
Like in an interview, if Ikimoto says he did something that Karachi did, is that illegal?
I mean, maybe like
well, that sets precedence. They're willing to be illegal.
I would say probably not, because it's in regards to publication practices. So like somebody claiming to take someone else's work wouldn't really fall into publication practices because they're not publishing it.
Yeah,
but we know that they're willing to claim it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he clearly is, but they're obviously not willing to put him as the fucking writer for these for whatever reason.
Maybe that's why.
This actually leads me to believe that there's probably multiple people working on this story, and so they're not just crediting one person. I do have to go in like 5 minutes, so let's try to wrap this point up. But
one thing I'll say on this is that supervisor, whatever, a funny argument. Kishimoto. This is Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. Naruto's not in the title. Kishimoto didn't create that. If Ikimoto's been writing it since part 1, Ikimoto did, by all intents and purposes, as Kishimoto admits. This is Ikimoto's manga. Ikimoto created 2 Blue Vortex.
Well, he created 2 Blue Vortex. That's like Shippuden versus like part 1 Naruto, though. It's like,
but it's a different manga. It's a different serialization.
Yeah, but the intellectual property of the characters would go to the creator. So like Kishimoto did create Boruto the character. So like the intellectual property would still be his.
Okay.
But my favorite interpretation is that there just is no writer. They're just using the 3% outline.
Yeah,
that's the part of the manga.
So
that could be it.
Would you say, Sage, that supervisors are typically in charge of things?
I would say usually, but this is why I said earlier, I think it's kind of a loose term.
Because
you can supervise something you can be a bad supervisor.
Because if you will read this and then emphasize this word in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead. I'll if you will.
Yeah, the Ikimoto is completely in charge of the story and main illustration.
Well, you definitely didn't emphasize the completely word, but
yeah, he can be completely in charge of it and making all of the key decisions.
So then Kishimoto's not supervising
Kishimoto
it.
Is just well, no. So that's why I said supervise is a loose term. So you don't have to be totally in creative control to supervise something. Like a manager at a restaurant can be supervising, but they're not in control of the restaurant. The owner is.
The problem with that is this is using the word completely. As in 100%. Kishimoto has zero involvement here. He's 0% in charge based on this.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have to be in charge to supervise it. He doesn't have to be in charge at all to supervise it. If he's just a supervisor,
just to oversee, right? So I
guess he would just be overseeing it, and then like it might be the case that like if Ikimoto has to get a recommendation for something, he might get a recommendation from him. There are
recommendation on what? Not the illustrations or story.
Well, it could be. I mean, he can be completely in charge of what makes it in while still taking input from somebody else. Like if if he asks Kishimoto for, a recommendation on something, he's still completely in charge of whether or not it makes it into the story.
The problem with that would be the last statement there. It really is Ikimoto's manga.
Yeah, it can be Ikimoto's manga, and he can still take advice from other people. I'm sure he's taking advice from his editors.
I don't know about that. It's not saying it is Ikimoto's manga. It's saying it really is. Putting emphasis on it.
Do you not think that Naruto was really Kishimoto's manga?
Did Kishimoto ask Ikimoto for help? Well, yes, right.
to draw clones, yeah. Which is a hilarious story. That
Kishimoto never said that about his manga.
but he took well, that would be an argument from ignorance. But he,
okay. No, but this is an argument from ignorance. And this wasn't in reference to the Hashirama thing. This was in reference to the credit thing.
No, an argument from ignorance would be asserting something is or is not the case because we don't see evidence for it.
Yeah, but we don't see all the people that work on the manga, or so we don't see when people aren't credited. We only see when people are credited, and that's what you're founding your argument on.
No, I'm not saying that they're not working on it because they're not credited. Never said that.
That's not what I said.
No, I said that whenever an author is credited, the correct author is credited. We see this with the novels. We see it with the manga. We see it with the like spin-off mangas that they have. It's consistent that if there is an author credit on there, the correct person is credited.
But we can only see when someone's credited.
Yeah. So if you can consistently establish that if there's an author credit, it's assigned to the right person, then you can say, well, there's an author credited here, so it's probably assigned to the right person. That precedent has zero to do with if there's a piece of work where nobody is credited.
But it's consistent because we're working with what all we can see.
Yeah, that would be how evidence works. Yeah,
like what we can observe. What I'm saying is we would be excluding what we aren't able to make consistent because we can't make it consistent.
Well, what in the Naruto series can we not observe whether or not there was an author credited?
Well, first of all, we don't know. We're just taking their word for it.
Well, yeah, we don't know that for sure, but because of the legal practices, I would assume that they're probably not breaking the law because they probably don't want to go to jail or get sued. So I mean, we can't even say for certain that Kishimoto actually wrote anything. He could just be somebody who's being propped up. We can't say for certain that we exist. There are lots of things we can't say for certain. But based on like
mellow thing to say.
Yeah, like there are so many different things we can't like specifically confirm. But that doesn't mean that it makes it, less likely to be the case or more likely to be the case. Like if we consistently see, like, for example, the novels that Jun Asaka is credited with writing, she's done interviews where she talks about the writing process. She's sent out tweets where she's talked about the writing process, etc. That lends credence to the idea that she actually wrote it. The woman who wrote, or I'm sorry, the man who wrote I think it was a guy, the Sasuke Retsuden manga. There's an interview done with him where he talks about getting inspiration from Kishimoto, how he went to like an event when he was super young and met Kishimoto for the first time. And it was an honor to write it and like going through the story and all that stuff. So we have evidence that the correct people are being credited for this. Now, it's possible that this was all staged and it was AI generated and nobody wrote any of it. But it would be incredibly unlikely because you'd have to assume so many different things. So it'd be less parsimonious. But the whole point is when an author is credited,
that right there was my point with the with the other one. Going back. It was my point with this. Is what you just said.
Oh. The parsimony thing.
Yeah, and everything like leading up to that.
Yeah. So like in this particular scenario, like if we're talking about authorship, if we have a good amount of evidence to suggest that like people who have been credited for authoring Naruto properties, whether it be Kishimoto himself or Jun Asaka or the other writer I mentioned, we have a good amount of evidence to suggest that they actually did write those, and they're correctly credited for writing those. Then if Kishimoto is credited for authoring the data books, then it's more reasonable to assume he authored the data books. But in order to come to a different conclusion, you'd have to make additional assumptions that aren't backed by any evidence that's been presented. So that's why it would be a more parsimonious position to say that he did write it, which would go back to the parsimony argument that we had earlier about like I was talking about the different interpretations of that Jubidara scan or statement. And in order to assert that it's in reference to all people throughout all of time, you have to make an assumption that it's throughout all of time. In order to assert that it's in reference to all the people on the battlefield at that time, you got to make an assumption that it's people on the battlefield at that time. in order to assert that it's all people from the war, same thing. All people from modern times, same thing. So they have an equal amount of assumptions, one. But then I think that the fact that the data book page in question is specifically in reference to a particular moment in time narrows that field. But yeah, for the authorship thing, I think that
that's also an assumption that it is
fairly clear that he wrote it
in reference to that specific moment in time.
The data book page?
Yeah.
Well, we have evidence to suggest that it is because the pictures on there are from that battle.
But then you're coming to a different conclusion based on other evidence.
Well, no, I'm coming to the same conclusion that it's in regards to a particular moment in time, that fight, because the data book page has images from that fight, and it talks about in that exact statement, the sentence, right? The exact statement. Even Madara's right side, the strongest of all, was completely destroyed. That happened in the moment that we're referring to. The data book page references that moment, and then that statement also references that moment.
Well, Sage,
which
do you think that Madara was the strongest ninja of all at the moment where his right side was completely destroyed?
Yeah.
You think at the moment where Madara's right side was completely destroyed, when he almost died,
yes,
when he couldn't move out of the way because he was stuck in place, that he was the strongest ninja of all?
Yep.
Kamui, what do you think about that? Because I would disagree.
I kind of tuned out for a second there.
So Sage is saying that at the moment where Madara's right side is destroyed, that Madara at that moment is the strongest ninja of all.
Like who on that battlefield is actually beating him at that? Even with half his side destroyed, he still got the TSOs.
Can he move the TSOs with his right side destroyed?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like he was like
he does. I think
he says he's almost dead.
He doesn't until he's like healed.
Exactly, and he has to heal because he can't move until he goes.
Yeah, his body does start coming back together, but he is like still severely damaged.
Yeah, I mean afterwards.
This is 671, right? Or am I tripping?
I would also say it's ridiculous to point to this moment that he's the strongest rather than moments prior before his body was destroyed.
Yeah.
As if to say he got stronger in this moment. This is the strongest moment.
Or like when he gets stronger when he gets his other Rinnegan back.
Yeah.
So whenever I say that moment in time, I'm talking about that fight holistically, because like the two different snapshots that we get on there obviously don't happen in the same moment. We get the shot of him charging up the night guy, and then we get the shot of hold on. But we get the shot of him charging up the night guy, and then the shot of him connecting with the night guy. But all of that, everything in that data book scan is in reference to things that happen in that fight with the night guy.
Yeah, so it's at a specific moment in time, but not too specific. But it's in reference to everyone on the battlefield, but only this battlefield, and only at this moment in time of this battlefield, and only people who are physically there, and only in the present. It's just like there's a lot of weird specifics here to get to this conclusion.
Well, it would only be specific in one context. The strongest shinobi of all of those who were either, because there are a few different interpretations I listed. The strongest shinobi of all in regards to that fight. So it would be in regards to everybody there. The strongest shinobi of all in the war. I think that works fine as well. The strongest shinobi of all in the world presently. Or the strongest shinobi of all from the modern age. I think that could work as well. I think the only one, though, that has any piece of corroborating evidence for it would be the first one, because the data book statement is specifically captioning that fight. So if we have to decide, is it in reference to this fight or is it in reference to all time? There's no corroborating evidence that it's in reference to all time. There's one piece of corroborating evidence that it's in reference to that fight, which would make it inherently more likely, you'd have a greater preponderance of evidence for the idea that it's in reference to that fight. And by the way, he does fire the TSO before his arm fully regenerates, but like his side had regenerated.
Exactly, yeah. But those are more possibilities that you listed, so yes. That would be in addition to the possibilities that I listed of all the numerous ones.
Yeah, I listed out 4 earlier. So yours is throughout all of time. Mine is in that fight, and then the other two that I listed earlier were while you were making that chart, that one were during the war and then in modern times.
Sage, what I'm
all
saying.
Four of those would but all four of those would require an assumption on its face. If you provide no extra evidence, all four of those would require one assumption. But one of them has corroborating evidence because of the structure of that data book page.
What I'm saying is there's so many variables. This is all the possibilities that we've made so far.
Well, no, we've only made 4.
That's not true. We haven't addressed all the other possibilities, but we've made all these different possible possibilities.
Well, no, I think we've only listed 4. We've listed it's possible it's in reference to all time. It's possible it's in reference to just that fight, like the people there. It's possible it's in reference to all shinobi throughout the entire world. It's possible it's reference to all shinobi during the war. It's just 4 possibilities.
But then you have to cross-reference all those 4 possibilities. 4 times 4 is 16 already.
Well, right, but so the only reason you would ever have to do that is to see if there's any crossover. And for one of them, throughout all of time, there's crossover for all of it. For one of them, all shinobi throughout history, all shinobi like in the world, there's crossover for 2 of the other 3. For one of them, all the shinobi from the war, there's crossover for one of the other ones. And then for one of them, all the shinobi in that fight, there's no crossover with the others.
But even
that's the only reason you would ever have to do that.
The time alone already has 3 possibilities. At all time, at the range of the entirety of the Night Guy scene, or at the very specific moment where Madara's right side is destroyed. That's 3 possible moments of time.
I don't think that's when it's referencing. Again, because that's what I said. I think that I think he could, because when you asked that question, you didn't ask, do you think this statement is specifically in reference to this moment? You just said, do I think he's the strongest in that moment? Yes, I do. But I think that the statement is in regards to what that data book is captioning, which is the fight with Guy and the others.
That doesn't exclude the interpretation, though.
It doesn't exclude what interpretation?
The fact that it could be any of these 3 possibilities.
It doesn't exclude those. But if you're looking for, like, because if he's the strongest at that point in time in that fight, it doesn't mean it's impossible for him to be the strongest in history. It's not. It wouldn't like exclude that possibility. But if we're looking at whether or not we should narrow it down, like what it means, if it is in reference to that moment in time, you can no longer say that it's in reference to all of time.
There we go. I added
because
all the
that would be an
possibilities.
inherently different. Because that would be an inherently different thing.
So if they're going down like a weird random branching path to where it is, but isn't, but is, but is, but isn't, but is, all these different weird possibilities, I think they definitely would say what they're meaning, so it would be clear.
Which is why I think that if it was throughout all of time, they would say throughout all of time.
Even though that's not going down like 22 different possibilities of a branching path of routes?
There doesn't have to, none of the interpretations require anything but one assumption. So I don't know why we're like drawing out a bunch of different possibilities that weren't even listed.
So what you're saying is you don't understand the counter.
Well, no, you said 22 different possibilities. There were 4 possibilities listed. There were only 4.
Well, there's only 4 that you listed in addition to the possibilities that I've listed. So if you want, I'll make 3 more
you haven't
lines here.
verbally listed any other possibilities. You're drawing possibilities. I mean, technically, there's an infinite amount of possibilities.
Well, I'm saying the possibilities as I'm drawing.
Well, you haven't said any other possibilities outside of what I've said.
They would just be naturally assumed. Like if I say, oh, it's this, then the opposite of that would then be the natural default assumption for what the other possibility would be, and that would go for all the branching paths.
I do have to go, but repeat what you just said. I'm sorry.
You could just basically ignore it.
Well, just to quickly, I guess, put a bow on this conversation. So there were 4 possibilities. Technically, there's infinite possibilities. Like, technically, it could be referencing any infinitesimally small point in time.
But we're excluding ones that we don't think it would be in reference to because it wouldn't make any kind of conceivable sense.
Right. Like I don't think that you think it's reasonable to assume that that statement is in reference to a 1 year period whenever Hanzo was alive, in reference to the people of Amegakure.
I don't think it's referencing purple elephants raining out of the sky. I definitely don't think it's a reference to that.
Exactly. So while there are infinite possibilities, not all of them actually make sense. So the four we listed,
I know.
Yeah.
Is that what you guys say?
So the four we listed can make sense, but what we're talking and modal realism, they're all equally real. But whenever we talk about, okay, if they're all equally possible because they're all equally real, then you have to establish likelihood for one of them or detract likelihood from the others in order to get one above the others, right?
So if mine has a 50% likelihood and then yours has less than 50%, then you would just go with mine. And I think I've established that.
Yeah, I mean, if yours had if yours had 50% and mine had less than 50%, then yes. But
because each time you go down the route of possibilities, you would subtract that chance by half. So if it's another assumption to be 25, it's another one, it's 12.5, another one, 6.25, etc., etc.
Well, no. So again, there are four possibilities for when this statement.
In addition to all the possibilities I listed.
Well, you didn't say any other ones. There are infinite possibilities, but there are four that we went over.
That you went over.
So out of those four, you think it's all time. That requires an assumption that is unfounded. There's no evidence for that. Somebody else could think that it's for just the war. There's no real evidence of that. It's unfounded. Somebody could think that it's for just modern times. No real evidence, unfounded. Some could think that it's just for all of the people alive at that time. No evidence that that's what they are communicating, unfounded.
But then there's no evidence for Hashirama, the strongest as of 691.
So we can get into that interpretation on Monday if you'd like. I know we went over that already, but I think the fact that it's not time constrained would lead to the conclusion, at least in the way that the statement is worded. And I implore you to go dig into Grice's maxims. It's GRICE''S. That'll help a lot. But
I'll do it if you link it to me.
I think the fact that I think the fact that it's not time constrained leads to the idea that it shouldn't be time constrained.
That's coming to a conclusion based on a lack of evidence, which would be my problem with that.
Well, it would be based on communication norms, which is Grice's maxims. That's why I said we need to dig into that. But So, but then with this particular statement, we do have at least one piece of evidence to suggest that this statement would be in regards to that fight at that time. So if we have that piece of evidence to suggest that, then you would have a greater preponderance of evidence for that position than the other three. That was the point. But I do really have to go.
Forward conclusion is the final thing I'll ask for. Forward conclusion.
Forward conclusion.
Forward, yeah. Then you can go.
Wait,
for fun.
What do you mean by that?
I'll give one. Hashirama isn't the strongest. That's 4 words. Your turn.
Okay. Okay. So we're basically establishing the premise for Monday. Okay. Hashirama is the strongest shinobi in some capacity up to 691.
Well, that was more than 4 words, but I'll take it anyways. All right, get out of here.
I thought you said forward as in F-O. I thought you said forward like FOREWARD.
Like not backwards.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was going to say as opposed to a backwards conclusion.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. All right. I do.
Any other number would work. All right, see.
Yeah. You too. My brain is so fried.
Well, Kamui, I think we did pretty good.
Without even actually doing the things you planned.
I know. But we'll do them Monday. Did we want to end stream here?
Well, so that's the thing. So I'm going to put some chicken in the oven. And
oh my god.
We never got to the Orochimaru rewrite.
That's so stupid. We also never got to Naruto Foe. I guess we'll do that another time. So rewrites.
So I can't see right now. So just Go to any of the Orochimaru.
Oh my god. I can't believe you want to do this one right now. Sure.
Oh, it's not just this one. It's all of
Yeah, that's the problem. We're gonna be here another 5 hours. How long was the thing so far, by the way? We've been live. I can show you a second OBS. Oh no, cannot. I guess I just can't see how long we've been live. I guess that's fine. Whatever. About 4 hours. Oh yeah, 4 hours. We just did it 1 minute ago. Okay. But we can keep going. Oh, but can't. Wavy Ray 2X. I've been seeing you around, Walky. Well, Wavy, I'm seeing you around right now.
Yeah, we're seeing you around, listening.
And shout out John, who's been here the whole time, pretty much, and listening, seemingly. And Worm, and Axel, and Spicy Boy, and Matcha Unwrapped. None of these people are here anymore. I don't know why I'm bothering saying their names. Okay, so rewrites. And I'm sharing my screen, but I don't know if you can see it, but I'm holding in. But either way. Welcome back to the Orochimaru 4th Hokage stuff again live, but I was thinking a couple things and had some ideas and questions. So did you want me to start there, or it looks like that's where you started?
You can start there.
Well, by me, I'll say this part first. Questions. All right, Kamui, your turn.
I can't see right now.
Yeah, I was figuring you were going to say that. So the first question you listed here. Oh my gosh.
Also real quick, I know that they're both toads, but like Lady Shima's summoning of the creature she did is kind of a ridiculous feat. Because summoning like the boss summons Game of Bunta and all them is like a Sunny level feat, or a Naruto needs the Nine Tails chakra to do it. It's like a big deal being able to summon them. And she summons all 3 of those boss toads, plus Gamakichi, plus Fukasaku, and Sage and Naruto. That's like a ridiculous summoning feat. How strong is she?
Do you think there's a minimum amount of blood you need for a summoning? Like, hypothetically, instead of nicking your finger, you just somehow were able to just get a singular blood cell out of your body. Can you use that and summon Gamabunta?
Yeah. I mean, they don't seem to have an increasingly amount of blood per summon. That would be an interesting thing. Like, the bigger the summon, the more the blood. But
I was just doing Gamabunta just for, like, exaggerating. It doesn't actually have to be, like, a bigger summon. Just, like, is there a minimum to the summoning jutsu?
Well, no. I mean, just in general, that's just, like, a rewrite. Like, it would be interesting if that was a thing. Like, if you want to summon Gamabunta, you gotta, like, give yourself a bit of a gash. Like, you gotta, like, hurt yourself.
I mean, that's funny, but kind of ridiculous considering the current story. Like, that's a full rewrite. The only area I think that really, really works is when Tsunade is bisected by Madara, but...
She summons all, like, Hatsune.
At that point, you don't need Orochimaru.
Well, I like the idea, like, you know, like Orochimaru cuts his belly with a Reaper there. I like the idea, like, when he summons, like, Manta, he's gonna, like, cut his belly open.
That's ridiculous.
But he's Orochimaru, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, it's cool, but... Maybe that could be, like, somehow Jiraiya gets his, like, teardrop tattoo thing. Instead of killing people, it's every time he summons Gamabunta or something like that.
Yeah, it's a scar, like...
Yeah.
But is that a thing people say every time he kills a person? His red lines get bigger?
Well, that's like technically a prison thing. I'm just overgeneralizing. The real reason they get longer is because if it's like Shinobi experience, they are supposed to be like red teardrops of like blood. It's like what the like narrative, like the Hindu Buddhism thing.
Mode. No, actually, speaking of sage mode,
it is like
I was thinking about this. I'll just go find where this might be exactly.
I think Naruto Explained even did a video on it. Not Daigo.
Okay, this is gonna be pretty close. So you know how like everyone likes to say, "Oh, Jiraiya's sage moods, doo-doo, doggy, doo-doo, compared to Naruto and blah blah blah." I do want to point something out. about Jiraiya. And the reason why is because he's got toad features, so it's so bad. Well, I actually want to. When does this happen?
That's the animal path, right?
Right after this.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Oh no, that is which path
That's
is
the
that?
human path.
Human path. Okay.
This is when
no
he
wonder.
binds the
Yeah, they
human
just
path.
look very similar. That's why I thought it. That's why I remember that one.
Yeah, that panel especially.
Exactly. Yeah.
Also, this is funny
I literally mistook it
because
for
of
it.
the paneling.
Oh my
and
god!
This white
Put
bar
that.
in
Put
between.
that. You know what to do with that. Take a screenshot right now.
Yeah,
In
so
fact,
like,
I will edit that to remove the like nonsense on it, just for the extra stupidity of it.
yeah, because like obviously this would work in a book, but like the space in between makes Jiraiya look so weird.
Okay, I hate. Okay, we're segueing away from this. I hate that we're segueing even further. But as soon as you get that, I have something else to show you because it's so funny.
What do you want me to put? I'll just send it to you.
Well, just put it in. I guess
free game.
hashtag art probably. Just send it to free game just to see his response. I love that. I wonder if he ever did a Twitch stream. But okay, stop sharing
No,
your
you
screen.
said
And I'll
no
share mine
stream
again.
to me.
Wait, do
What
what?
am I looking for?
Oh, I was gonna have you stop sharing. It might be in Naruto topics. I think it is. I guess you just look for Naruto topics and scroll
Right,
up.
looking
I guess
for
until I find it. I'll let you know when. This is why I probably should have done it. It's a picture. It's like a Twitter leak, I think. It's like the Sasuke dark moment in the 5 Kage Summit.
This one.
Yeah, that. It does not work
seen
in
this
physical
before.
copies, bro. It does not work. They
Maybe hold the
butchered
book
it.
all the way open, but yeah, not like this.
They butchered it in the physical release, bro. It does not work. Like what the Twitter person said about it, I thought it was funny. I never like actually looked at
Well,
it,
I've
just
seen
like
this
the like
before.
description of it. Wait, this amazing spread got utterly
The
butchered.
funny
in
one was
physical
when people were
variety every
complaining
time.
about like double page spreads or something. It was like Troy was saying like, "Yeah, that's what your double page spreads get." Like,
It's so stupid. I love it. Oh my gosh. But anyways, you can delete that, by the way. I guess put in use messages. I guess I'll do it later. You can just leave it there for now.
but anyway, unless this is anime only, when does he do it? He's got to do it in the manga. There it is. Okay, so I want to point this out. Because I originally was thinking of this in terms of Minato, but like, oh, the frog features, he's so bad at Sage Mode. So what does that mean? This means that he doesn't balance the nature energy in his chakra perfectly. He has too much nature energy per the amount of chakra. Whereas like Minato and Naruto,
Real
they're
quick,
balancing it perfectly.
what is the context of the mystery he's describing right here about the oil vanishing? What's the explanation?
He absorbed it.
Why is that a mystery to Jiraiya? He just doesn't understand how the path works, I guess?
Well,
It's worth investigating.
yeah, this is the first time he's seeing him absorb jutsu. Like Pain just summoned them.
But why is he saying it's worth investigating after he's done that?
To figure out how he did it.
What do you mean? It's just absorbed it.
I mean, I guess he doesn't seem to see it because of like, I know we, the audience, do, but because of this wind or whatever, he just seemingly sees this.
I guess.
Just
Weird. I think it's weird dialogue, but whatever.
Well, anyway, so obviously Joy doesn't balance it perfectly, but that doesn't necessarily make the Sage Mode weaker, and I'm going to use this as the point. Jiraiya proceeds to absorb more nature energy to give himself more frog features. His hands and feet change, his eye markings change, his teeth change, his nose gets bigger. He's on all fours. He literally, before he does the Supermaster for Sengon here. So, the Toad features isn't inherently bad. He absorbs more nature energy. It gets stronger as a result. So, technically speaking, Naruto can be more skilled at his balancing nature energy, but Jiraiya could technically just be stronger because he's absorbing more nature energy, technically.
By the way, get the panel of the shoe coming off because we never got that for Salad and Bolts. We'll just also have it there.
Oh.
Get like the full
like
thing if you want, like
off thing.
get like the full thing, like the full page, I guess. Probably for context. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of figuring you should probably scroll up. There you go. Okay.
I'm just gonna do it this way. I'll just do
That
two
works
pages
too.
together. So like Salads and Bolts.
Exactly.
Yeah. Alright, I'll do Salads and Bolts. I was gonna do Miss Anne, but
okay. Take off the S in salad because that's the way I always type it, and so that way it'll actually come up whenever I control F it for later. There you go.
Wait, what you want?
Yeah, like that. Just like that. Yeah. You don't need the.
So wait,
I
what
guess
is
the
this
second one,
supposed to
yeah,
be?
No, that's good. That's good. Exactly. Just enter it like that. Okay.
Anyway, yeah, technically this is like an amp. What you like if Naruto is being stupid, if he just stopped making it perfect, like if he just absorbs more nature energy, he just would have a stronger sage mode.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
Based
one of
on-
those explanations somewhere would probably say that's not true, but whatever.
We see it. He got strong. He clearly did this intentionally to get stronger.
I mean, that's an interpretation.
The point is you can't absorb too much. If you absorb too much, you're gonna turn to stone and stuff. But like it clearly just does make you stronger.
I mean, it's also Ma and Pa that are doing weird shenanigans there, so...
Well, they're helping him absorb the nature energy, but that doesn't change the point there.
I mean, he's already in Sage mode, so it makes sense he gets more frog-like. Does he become less froggy after the Rasengan because he used some of the Sage Jutsu, so chakra, or whatever?
No,
I
he
don't
just
think so.
seemingly stays the same. He still has the same markings. I think he just stays that way the rest of the fight.
Because what I was thinking of is like Naruto summons Gamamuto with the red chakra, then he loses the red chakra in the features.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So did
He
he
just
even
keeps
use
it.
Sage chakra for that, or he just,
Jiraiya?
yeah, just using a big
Yeah, he
normal
just like
Rasengan.
strengthened his stage mode and just kept it.
He just didn't
use all
use
of it.
nature energy for that Rasengan at all. Just the normal
No, he
Rasengan with his
definitely
own
did.
chakra.
He just didn't use it all up.
He didn't use any of it based on what we're seeing.
Well, I don't. Yeah, well, okay, but that doesn't work because Naruto can use two Rasen Shurikens, but when he uses the first one, he doesn't lose one Toad's eye. Like,
I mean, the pigmentation is weird anyways because it's a perfect Sage mode.
well, actually, I've heard some people say this. I think Daigo is the one, and I went to double check this because according to Think Daigo, the only character they actually use the word perfect sage for is Kabuto. And it's something else for Naruto, but we're going to find that out right now.
Okay. Sure. I mean, ignoring the weird eyes being like rectangle pupils and sideways, I don't think frogs are known for orange pigmentation around their eye. Like, to me, that's not a frog feature.
I think the orange color, well, then again, Minato ruins this, but the orange I feel like was like Naruto. I don't know. Like, because Jiraiya doesn't do that at all. Nor does Koji.
Also, it's weird that Jiraiya's design-wise, it makes sense. In universe, it doesn't. That his, like, face paint of the red gets bigger.
Yeah, I know.
What?
See, this is also weird, though. He's displaying the rings around the eyes, proof of successful sagehood.
What is he, Gaara?
So, what are the rings around the eyes? Is it this?
It's gotta be, yeah. It's the same as Gaara.
But, like, I wouldn't say that's what Jiraiya has. Like, even like, regardless of that upgraded one, the first sage mode he had before he powers up is not. It's different. I guess he does have it up here. Never mind. Okay.
Well, I expected Sage to disagree with me anyways. I think this is another thing to where this could maybe convince you that this is like the one piece of evidence for the proof of blah blah blah. Could be like this.
Huh?
So Fukusaku saying that like if he got Sage mode, then this is like an indicator of that.
Saying it's proof of it.
Yeah. Well, that's the word I just used.
Okay. But anyway, yeah, he doesn't call him a perfect sage in this scene anyway. So it is just Kabuto.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's called a perfect sage somewhere. Might be anime, but
I still think it's funny. Why does he need to make sure no one catches him with a Rasenjurgen? Why does he need to keep that a secret from Fukusaku?
it could be a thing that Fukusaku wants him to keep his chakra for like the training, to focus on the training of Sage mode. He's like sort of like sneaking out to do it instead of focusing on his Sage mode training. I think it kind of makes sense.
Yes, but like he also perfected it.
That doesn't mean he can't get better anyways. Like Minato had it perfect, but he didn't have it good. So.
Yeah.
And again, like you're describing with Jiraiya, if he just absorbs more, then there you go.
Well, that's the thing. Like, yeah, like Naruto can just do that.
Plus the fact that Naruto gets wisdom of age, the fact he gets that later on instead of early on, you could argue he could have got it earlier if he focused on it.
I'm just looking at Naruto just could gather more nature, especially considering he has those clones just sitting there all day long. Like they could just gather a little bit more, just let them be a little froggy. Like you don't have to look like even this severe, just a little bit more frog-like, and you'll just be stronger, Naruto.
I mean, I don't want Naruto to look froggy personally, so I'm glad Kishimoto didn't do that.
I agree. I prefer out of universe that he did what he did, but in universe he should just be doing that.
I mean, to be fair, at least in the final fight, Kurama absorbs all the nature energy in the area. He's not looking any froggier.
Well, Kurama's not even using Toad Sage Mode in the first place.
I mean, it doesn't change my point.
Well, he does change the appearance, like the Avatar does, at least.
But the Avatar doesn't look froggy.
It looks more foxy.
There you go. And I'll take that as a concession that Ashura's did look foxy.
No. The Ashura mode. See, he doesn't look foxy because he doesn't have a fox doing it. So he looks Ashura-y.
He definitely doesn't look Ashura-y.
I don't know what. Well, we don't know the real Ashura. The same way we don't know the real Mel.
Okay. Was there more to your Ashura, or sorry, the Ashura path thing?
I don't think so.
So, if we're gonna have it tank the Rasen Shuriken.
Well, that's not what I said, but do you want it to do that?
Well, it's basically what you said, in the sense that it's going to either survive it and be injured, or be healed back to life anyways.
No, I said the Rasengan at the beginning of the fight, not the Rasen.
Well, that's what you said like later on, but like what you originally wrote, I think, was it could take the Rasen Shuriken.
It's the Rasengan.
You definitely said it at some point during the introduction of the topic.
No, you did. And I said it's the Rasengan at the beginning of the fight.
Well, I said it in response to you saying the Rasen Shuriken.
Human path just gets hit by it. It doesn't do anything in the fight.
By the Rasen Shuriken?
The human path got hit by the Rasen Shuriken because they just threw the animal path that way. Probably the Rasen Shuriken there.
Okay. Well, either way, you definitely said Rasen Shuriken at some point.
Not in the context you're saying.
Well, some of
And you
them
said
can...
that earlier too, and I already corrected you earlier, and you said, "Oh yeah."
Well, earlier I didn't realize you were even correcting me in the first place.
Well, now you know.
Well, I'll definitely have to go back and double check. If not, someone else can do it. But I'm pretty sure you said it. But regardless. So do you not want it to tank the Rasen Shuriken, to be clear?
I mean, the idea was to have Naruto keep his moment, but I mean, just you wanted to tank both?
I mean, Naruto could keep his moment if he's just taken out the animal path. He's already summoned its animals. I think that's probably the best.
Yeah, if you want to do it that way, he just tanks the Rasen Shuriken. Why not? Go Asura path.
Okay, so he's tank the Rasen Shuriken.
Okay, I will say this. That is cool in light of the Obito saying, like, oh, he even took up 2 of Kakuzu's lives, and Kono's just like, oh, spare your words, they're not needed on us. It would be really cool if the jutsu that took out Kakuzu's lives can't even kill one path of it, and he just tanks it.
I mean, Kakuzu's body tanked it, so I guess the Asura path could just tank it. Not tank it, but, like, he didn't die. So you could just have it be to where, like Kakashi, it's injured but immobile.
Well, we're gonna have to say the Naruto path, but because the Asura path is like,
yeah,
chakra networks controlled by the Raw. It's not like it's normal chakra network, so like that aspect could just like not really matter.
So the question is, okay, so here's the problem. If we're having it to be, this is what I think. Naruto needs to, this is the order of events. 3 different things need to happen. Naruto first kills the Asura path, and then the Asura path survived through the Naraka path. And then he tries to take out the Naraka path, and the Asura path tanks something, and then the Naraka path heals it. AKA, Naruto kills it the first time, fails to kill it the second time, and it's healed. And then he kills it the third time when he kills the Naraka path at the same time. So I think the best order... So if you think the Rasen Shuriken's his strongest attack, then he probably uses the Rasen Shuriken to kill it the first time. The second time, he's going to kill the Naraka. I'm thinking with the Big Ball Rasengan, either he just does this again, or he never did it against the animals in the first place, and he just lets all of his animals take out all the Animal Path's animals. So the Asura Path would tank the Big Ball Rasengan. And then the third instance where he takes out both at the same time, I think the coolest way, not the coolest way, doesn't even really make sense, but I was going to say bring down the House Jutsu. Thoughts?
Honestly, I'm getting really sleepy.
Oh my god. This is your topic.
I've been sleepy for a while.
Fair.
But...
do you think the bring down the House Jutsu works here, or no?
For what?
Taking out the Asura and Naraka path at the same time? Or would you rather he just does the Rasengan on both of them at the same time?
Doing Rasengan on both is both are cool, to be honest. The problem is, we love to break down the House Jutsu, but it might be too stupid.
So, okay. I mean, the problem is, are we going to have
it is just, you just summon it on the person.
I know. The problem is, are we having it?
He specifically does it with that one node, if you call it that.
Exactly. Like, are we having Naruto just teleporting Gamabunta 20 feet? Or is Gamabunta being unsummoned because all of his bones are broken, and then Naruto summons him back?
Yeah, after the Demon Path, Shinra Tensei it away.
That would be awful, bro.
You're just like, ow.
Hey, you know what? Okay, no, I have the funniest parallel. That would reflect Sasuke doing that with Manda.
What you could do is Naruto never uses the toad mouth bind thing anyway. You could have that do it. Like, he just summons... I have a couple of ideas. One is that he just summons it and then they can't escape for whatever reason. Or 2, he doesn't summon just the mouth. He just summons the Great Mountain Toad in general for to bring down the house jutsu. So it's just this gigantic ass huge toad.
I'm
the
down.
Diva Path dodges or whatever.
100% down.
Like, I want that thing to be summoned at some point, though.
Yes, 100%. I think that's the best way to do it. That's just Naruto's Sage Mode summoning, and then in the war, he just has the full-sized Gamakinji.
Yeah, the full-size Gamakichi is the size of the Great Mountain Toad.
Because the only other possibility, if you need it to be, if you need Naruto to figure out that killing the Ashura Path doesn't matter if the Naraka Path is still alive, but he can't kill the Naraka Path because the Ashura Path is there, then you need Naruto to kill the Ashura Path the first time and fail to kill it the second time. So how would you do that? Would you do Rasen Shuriken to kill it and then Big Ball Rasengan to damage it and then it gets healed?
Would
you do the other order? Would you do different jutsu?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what would be best. So let's think. Okay, so Ashura Path's damage, but then he just gets up and saves Naraka Path, then he heals it. Or he heals the Ashura Path, then it saves him, and then he heals it again. It might be best to have it be like he beats the Ashura Path at some point, gets healed, or he thinks he beats it, then it's
I mean, you could also just like reorder some of the other pain deaths if you want. Like maybe, I don't know, he somehow turns the Ashura Path into a toad. That's probably the worst example I could list. But like Frog Coup. See, the problem with Frog Coup, I just think it's stupid in the first place. It doesn't belong in Naruto. I don't like it. It's not. It shouldn't be strong in the first place. Well, it's just Jujutsu Kaisen with Itadori versus your boy, where he's basically doing the same thing.
Not exactly, but the big thing is it's just not even using it's Dosu's ability, basically. Like, even if you miss, it hits.
So stupid.
But then he just never uses it again. Like, why? When he's this is what I don't like about it. It's a sparring thing. He should be able to do it. Like, he's fighting the Diva Path in hand to hand later, and he's just not using Frog Kumite.
Like, he like does it like twice, and if it's as strong as it is to freaking one-shot a Path of Pain, he should do it more often.
Exactly, it's literally better than Rasengan. Just do that.
Exactly. So I don't think it belongs in Naruto. I would just remove it entirely at this point. Just have Frog Coup be the fighting style of the frogs that Naruto was taught during the Sage of Training.
I'd like to have it be like a frog martial arts thing. I just don't know exactly the best way to make that look.
It could probably be kind of similar to the Gentle Fist, just a little bit less precise and palmy, more like slappy, like all over the place.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what I would do. Maybe even like incorporating elbows. I don't know how frogs do their thing in the first one. I mean, Gamaken uses this cool, like, weird staff sword thing, and then other toads have swords, so you could also have that be a thing. Maybe maybe Naruto learns that to counter Sasuke's sword. Axel says Frog Kumite is what the Hyuga's next power-up should have been. That's hilarious. Also, always thought if he wanted to leave it this OP, Kishimoto should have full sent and made a Frog Kumite style Rasengan. He doesn't need to, that's the problem. His fist is a Rasengan at that point. It's better than a Rasengan. But yeah. But since Kamui's getting tired, I'll just read Axel's other messages really quick because I feel bad not reading them. Imagine just being a common farmer somewhere else on the continent and the Rinnegan summon falls into your village. where it proceeds to murder everyone within. That would be pretty crazy. You could have Hinata do a full-body Tenketsu burst, barely diffusing the missile damage enough to not die, but she's still beyond rank. That's ridiculous. See, what I was thinking is similar to Dragon Ball Z when Vegeta throws Nappa up in the air and does his thing. But also the same as like Frieza doing the same to Krillin, which was ridiculous, but I have no idea what power that even was. Would still look like she died though. Okay. Imagine the Ashura path makes a Power Rangers Megazord combining all paths abilities into one body, LOJK. I mean, Mecha Naruto, kind of, more or less, is kind of like, we gotta go. And plus the outer path just kind of is that anyways, but I see what you mean. Plus Ashura path sort of has like 3 heads at one point and it's doing his weird stuff. You could technically do that in a weird way, but referring to the one that Naruto yeeted, Jiraiya is shocked that the absorption can counter. Okay, bro. Frog Kumite is, yeah, okay. Also, always saw, yeah, okay. Naruto can recreate the Minato back blow Rasengan with it. I mean, he's already recreated it in the Naruto movie, so Road to Ninja, there you go. But with all that being read, I suppose if Kamui's ready. Actually, we did check it. Yeah, I'm gonna guess Kamui's asleep. So good night, everybody. Until Monday.
Yeah.